think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane, it's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it, I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty.
WillStewartTHFCRants. 안녕하세요. 안녕하십니까. What's going on? What's going on? Let's go to the chat and see who is here. Reload XXXXXXX. They don't have any EU player spots for him. Hello, whoever created this rumor ain't too clever. And I'm guessing he's talking about Son here. Well, in fact, I know he's talking about Son here. That is true. That is the issue. But the transfer window is open right now, so they could make room if they needed to. Ain't going to Madrid. Not possible. I wouldn't say it's not possible. May not be likely, but it is possible. Link is pinned to the top. If you do want to join the show, you can do so. That's something that you can do if you want to come on to join the show. I am going to be going before I bring guests on, so you do have a little bit of time to get ready to come on. I am going to be reading a couple of news items before we start to bring in guests. Something a little bit different, too, for people at home. We also want to set a like, subscribe, member goals for today's stream. So the goals for today's stream are, let's get this stream up to 100 likes. And let's get at least 5 new subscribers to the show if you're watching. 5 new subscribers and 5 new members, right? We've got the Levy level. You too can be just like Daniel Levy, or at least as good as Daniel Levy, and grab a membership for 99 cents a month. That's it, 99 cents a month. We're going to be doing some new shows starting in July, after the July 4th weekend here in the United States. That are going to be unlisted videos. So you'll only be able to get to watch those streams if you are a member. And we've made it as cheap as absolutely possible. If you want to join a higher level, that would be greatly appreciated. But even just the 99 cent level will get you in to be able to watch those shows that will be unlisted. We'll be doing clips and videos and deep down dives into players. That will be just for members, so make sure that you do that. Also too, let's thank the members that we already have. We've got a lot of them here right now. Let me pull those up, and while I'm pulling those up, make sure to get your comments in. The chat is set to subscriber mode, so if you want to join the conversation, it's free. Just hit that subscribe button. You're welcome to unsubscribe at the end of the show. It just keeps the bots out. Not all the time, but it helps a little bit. But let's see what else we got going on here. Yeah. We'll also be going to be breaking out. Some big things are happening in the channel. Some changes are going on. We'll be doing some tactical shows too. That will have a member-only application at some point as well. So make sure you get those memberships in. Lowest level, 99 cents a month, gets you privilege to be able to view those streams. And it's not that we don't want your money, because if you're willing to give it to us, we'll take it. That's not the reason why we're doing it. There's a practical reason for why we are making these streams members only. So that's why we've made it as cheap as possible, right? I mean, if you think about it, 99 cents a month, YouTube takes up to 30%. So that's like 70 cents, right? So I'm not necessarily doing it to make cash. There's a practical reason for it. So if you want to be able to watch those, make sure you do hit that join button. There's a link in the description of the video as well that you can take advantage of. Let's go into the studio here. we've got enough members now that it's really hard to fit them all on one page. So I am going to give you guys all of a shout out. And we're going to give each and every member a shout out for today. Mark Woodland is in at the Levy level. Jason Groves, Samuel Grome, Alejandro Perez, Bobby K, Shane B, Sean Stewart, Ellie at the 4-star general level. That's the top tier. Sean Stewart's at the captain level. My brother rocking in at the captain. It's a captain. People don't know, I think captain is something like $10 a month. So big up to my little brother for doing that. Williams Rangers, that's our, I think it's our $3.99 tier. $4.99. Brian Daigle's in the house. James Joris at the William Kelts level. That one is $4.99 or $5.99. I can't remember. Raymond Grovey at the Levy level. Amir Sarter at the Williams Ranger level. Digjit Rawat at the Levy level. Wayne Bonner, Tottenham Tantrum Gold. Rowan Kumar, Matthew THFC Collins. AMZO, David, John Langford, Eunice, Scott M, Dave Jones, Tony Go, and Danny Kiriakou. There's loads of you guys now. 25 members I think we're up to. Let's get that to 30 by the end of this stream. Let's do that. Let's get this to 30. And because the more people that are able to watch those shows, the more fun we will all have. So go ahead, don't be like Daniel Levy and at least match the Daniel Levy level at 99 cents. Go back to the comments here for a little bit. Also, too, if you there are benefits to becoming a member, you get the emojis, you get to be a moderator in the chat. All members get to be moderators in the chat. So if I see you today and I can get to see you chatting live. If I haven't made you a mod already, I will. So thank you to all of our channel members. Thank you to all of our Patreons too. If you don't like giving money to YouTube, but you still want to support the channel and you still want to watch these shows, you can go to www.thfcrants.com and join a Patreon member. Be like the likes of Bob Spur TV, Gogama, Mama Coates, and many other people too on the patreon.com level. That's a way to support us directly, and those members will also receive links. So sorry for all the news getting started up on the stream, but we don't stream a whole lot during the summer, once a week at best. So got a lot of information that I got to get out today for this show. We're also too at 1,970 subscribers and at the 2,000 mark. Oh, wrong one. We are going to be giving away an Elgato FaceCam. Not sponsored by them, by the way. I bought this with the cash of the supporters of the channel. So this was going to be given away once we hit 2,000 subscribers. We'll be doing a 2,000 subscriber special, and we will be giving this puppy away. And if you want to know what it looks like live on stream, this is the quality of your Elgato FaceCam. So it's probably one of the best bang for the bucks FaceCams or webcams for you to be able to come on these streams, join these streams, and have a good time with us over here at WillStewartTHFCRants and all the other channels as well. But getting back to all the other stuff, let me get back into my chat here so I can make people mods. We got Ricky here saying big up Will and the chat coys. Big up Will, woo, from Phil P. Big yourselves up too. JJ Tubb says big up. Madrid can kiss his ass. That's right, Madrid can kiss his ass. Love it here. Thanks for the show. Well, you guys are welcome. Stelio says breaking news. Sky Sports have just reported. I just you all buddy up. Yeah, Okay. Ron Vignac, and what's the breaking news, Stel? Hello, you beautiful lot. David says, 안녕하세요, Wilhelm. 안녕하세요. It's awesome. We're enjoying every moment. No twerking Tiago on the panel tonight. What a shame. Oh, that's too bad. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. If you do want to join the show, you are welcome to do so. We got Chelo Varela here. Big up, Will. Good day to see how the fan base get into collective hysteria for some transfers. Yeah, that does happen. But I mean, it's summertime, right? What else we got to do? What's a crack-a-lackin'? Sean, Will, and all the chat. Yeah. Big up Spurs Talk Show. Hope you are doing well as well. Full bolt. I wish I was in North Carolina at the moment. Why do you wish you were in North Carolina at the moment? What's going on in North Carolina? Big up Stel. Woo! Hey, Will, Athelstan Edwardson is in the house. Who else? CQ, big up, Will. Big up yourself, C Cubbed or Cubed. My Lost Temple. If Son's dad convinces him, then he'll most likely transfer. I mean, that's like the comment too. Be in the top side for a long time, then you're world class. Maybe Son feels the pressure of going to Real Madrid so that his dad will call him world class. You got that hanging over your head. That's some pressure. We got Ellie here as a member. Hey, Will, how's it going? Let's see. I got away from my chat. I still haven't got back in there yet. I'm getting distracted. Who else we got? Matthew T.H. Collins is in the chat. Bobby K is in the chat. Gogamanim is in the chat. 안녕하세요. Aaron Dub is in the house. KPV. What's going on, KPV? Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Kyle. Top raid. Tottenham on tour. Okay, cool. Big up Tottenham on tour. I'm way behind in this chat. I'm not going to get through all this caught up. So I'm just going to go ahead and do what I got to do to bring this up here. But that way I can get a crack-a-lackin', as Sean would like to say. If you do want to chat, Bobby K needs to be made a mod. Bobby K is being made mod on the channel. Who else is in green? It's not blue. Let's see. Jagwit Raw Wheat, can't afford to lose, son. You are now a mod. Let's see. New sub here, Football Frame. Welcome, Football Frame. Glad to have you. Can I be moderate? Sorry, Kyle, but that's like a benefit to our members, so I got to stick to that. But 99 cents a month, brother. It's also a caution. Tottenham on tour raid. Big up to everybody here from Tottenham on tour. And yeah, so let's get into the news aspect of the show. Not a whole lot of Tottenham news going on today. Spurs are signing Korean center back. No, that didn't come through still. That's why I missed it. Ahmad probably had to approve it. That's why I didn't see it. It didn't come through on the chat. Let's see. So the mighty Real Madrid wants Son and not the amazing Saka. LO shows how world-class Son is. World-class clubs want him. It's actually not the first time. This rumor for Son has actually happened quite a bit from Real Madrid. It may not have been necessarily out there in the English press, but in South Korean press, it's been there for a while. So Rumors is not news, but everyone treats it like it is. That is true. Some rumors can be true, some can be false. As long as we treat them as what they are, then we should be good to go. But we've got 89, 91 now people watching the show. Make sure you do hit that like mark. We should be up to 90. Gina Kim right there rocking it off. First member of the night. We need 4 more now. Big up Gina Kim. Became a YouTube member at the Levy level for 99 cents. We do appreciate that. So let's go ahead and make Gina Kim moderator as well. David put in his member for 7 months. Have we had members on this channel for that long now? Big up David. He says Sonny shouldn't leave. He is one of our own. Yeah, I don't think Sonny should leave either. But it's definitely something that is not an impossibility. Not likely. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not saying it's likely that Sonny's going to go someplace. I'm just saying it is possible. It is possible. What else is going on in the news? Let me pull up my news again. Notes. My notes for the show. So first one is there's still no official bid from Tottenham Hotspur for Jed Spence. Fabrizio Romano has said so. Still no official bid. We know that Daniel Levy is the one in charge for that. And yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? Am I excited about it? If Jed Spence doesn't come, if he comes, look, I don't want to pay any more than 15 million. And stuff like that. It said, awesome, you're live at an earlier time. Well, please keep them at this time going forward if you can, bro. Also, Son is going nowhere. He loves Spurs. Thank you. Big up to Spurs Talk Show for the £5 super chat. Buddy, if you want to come on, the link is pinned to the top, as well as everybody else. If you want to join the show right now, I don't got anybody sitting in the queue in the back. So if you do want to join the show, make sure you click the link that is pinned to the top. And we'll get you on the show. We're going to open this up to everybody here in about, I only have like 4 or 5 notes because like I said, there's not a whole lot going on. And then we'll get going. Otherwise, I'll just chat with the comments. Let's see. We got some people feeling into the back. Good. It's Arsenal and Man City. So this isn't really Tottenham news, but apparently the Gabriel Jesus to Arsenal deal is a done deal. Am I worried about this one? No. Is he a good signing? Yeah. Is he better than Lacazette? Yeah. Do I think he's going to score 20 to 30 goals a season in all competitions? No. But just news in case you didn't know. That one is pretty much a done deal. Let's see. On other news, and players that we have linked to that are now, we can scratch them off of our list. Sven Botman has come to an agreement with Newcastle. So according to Fabrizio Romano, looks like he will no longer be an option for us. And Calvin Phillips, who we were also linked to earlier in the window, has now gone to Manchester City for 42 million overall, with close to 50 million pound with add-ons. Leaves have accepted. So that's another one we can cross off our list. And Leeds is doing business this window, man. They really are. Leeds is doing some good business this window. But those are all the news, major news highlights that I've got going on. And I'm going to bring in a guest who normally doesn't come on because of how late I do the show, but he is here tonight. So I look forward to having a good chat with him. Let's fade this one out and bring up the other one. As he likes to be called on other channels, the man who has the audacity to put numbers in his name. Cuba 99 is in the house.
Oh, evening, Will.
Evening.
Yeah, I don't like to be called that. It's just Sean Butler decided.
I know. It's becoming the thing now.
It's right. It works. How are you?
I'm doing good. That's your new thing that you didn't give yourself.
True. Always the best nicknames if you don't give them yourself. They're the ones that stick.
So I guess they are, yeah. But what do you think about Calvin Phillips going to City? Let me hear your thoughts on that.
I think that's very much of them looking at a sort of filling out the English quota. How much game time is he really going to get? I don't think it's going to be that much. I mean, he's a promising player. Is he really up to Man City's level yet? I don't think he is. For me, it's kind of a sort of more of an upgrade, but it's very much like Danny Drinkwater going to Chelsea. It's you're looking at filling that English, homegrown quota, perhaps at the expense of some of the talent. I mean, maybe I'm being a bit harsh on him. He's not a bad player, but I don't really see that as being an area where they're weak at the moment. I mean, sure, they got like the likes of Fernandinho isn't going to go on forever, but surely they'd be looking a little bit more of an upgrade than that when you got the likes of Kevin De Bruyne in the midfield. You'd want a world beater sort of name to go with him, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're moving on Gundogan as well, right? So they're kind of looking for that 6'8" type of player because, like you said, they're regular, defensive midfielders getting on in age. He's no spring chicken anymore, and Gundogan as well is like 31, 32. He'll probably be leaving City this summer, and so
you'd think Gundogan's still got a few years in him. I mean, it's not. It's kind of at the peak age, I would think, for a midfielder at the moment. 31. That's not so bad. When he gets to say 33, you're looking at twilight of the career, maybe at the very peak of your game. But 31, surely he's got more in the tank still.
Yeah, I think he's probably got Gundogan. He's just his build and everything. I think he's probably got 2 to 4 years, probably still playing at a pretty good level. A lot of these players, though, I think it'll probably be a lot of their last, World Cups. I don't necessarily see him making it or being relevant necessarily in the 2026 World Cup. I mean, you never know. The age is, 30 is the new 25 in some cases. You got a lot of people coming into their prime later on in their lives now. So it's been
perhaps that's the difference between some of the leagues. The likes of Italy, they've never got a problem with players playing until they're 40. The likes of Pirlo just kept going on and on and on, didn't they? Perhaps it's the slower pace of the game there, not quite putting so much strain on the joints. Playing the English league, the Premier League, you've got to be physically really putting yourself in for a bit of a long season every single year. Relentless amount of games, high speed, lots of physical contact. It must take its toll on the body, I suppose. Perhaps that's the key. Spend a lot of your career away from the Premier League and you can have a longer career in general.
Yeah. And then what do you think about Gabriel Jesus going to Arsenal? I mean, that one's pretty much done. So
no big deal to me. Plenty of attacking talent out in the world. I don't think that's going to make a major difference to the Gooners because I've always felt their real problem at the moment is when they lose control of a game that's in midfield, they get overrun. And Jesus isn't going to help them with that. They're going to look pretty in some games. They're going to score a lot of goals. And when it comes up to some big games, they're going to lose. And it's going to be the same old story. So,
how many goals do you think he's capable of getting on his own? I know that people like to use and I guess we'll know for sure now, right? That he didn't score a lot of goals because City liked to spread the goals around. But actually, if you look at Gabriel Jesus at the international level too, his goal contributions are far below the likes of Richarlison or some of the other strikers for Brazil. So he isn't even a big goal scorer, even at the international level, where he doesn't have that problem. But it is a Brazil team that also has a ton of talent, and maybe spreads it out a bit as well. But how many goals a season do you think that Gabriel Jesus is good for?
I'd say a conservative estimate, maybe about 15.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
He's a talented player. He's definitely got goals in him, but you know, it's hardly like he's a Thierry Henry, is it? It's a different sort of player. Gets involved a little bit more with the build-up. It's just an all-round attacking sort of player rather than pure striker. You don't look to him as just your goal machine. It's there's more to his game. So I think it improves their team overall, but you don't look to him for those pure raw numbers when it comes to goals and assists. It's just a bit of everything.
Yeah, I agree with you. Because I mean, I think there is some legitimate.
Easy for you to say.
I can't say it. Legitimacy to that argument, but the caveat to that is you had the likes of Sergio Aguero in a Man City side who won Golden Boots and scored loads of goals, right? With probably at a time where you had guys like David Silva and stuff like that who were spreading the goals out a little bit more. So I think it's a little bit of a fallacy to say that strikers at City aren't going to score loads of goals. Because, for example, I think Haaland's going to come in and probably hit, 20, 25 in all competitions in his first year. So do I think he's going to get Golden Boot? Probably not, but he's probably going to be pretty close. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for them to kind of reshift back to that kind of central man mentality. But it's not like other people haven't been the main man at City in the past, right? So in the recent past, I'm not talking like old school past, but recent past.
I think with Haaland, for me, he's a striker with no weaknesses. I think he's going to have an absolute field day at City. Chances being created by fun. I mean, he's got Kevin De Bruyne in the team, for God's sake. I mean, you don't get any better quality at providing a goal-scoring opportunity than Kevin De Bruyne in the team. So I think Haaland, he's got the physical attributes, he's got the anticipation, he's got the quality, he's got the technique, and he's very, very clinical. I think that's what's really sets him apart. I remember you've touched on this subject before. He's up there with the likes of Lewandowski. He's absolute assassin in front of goal. And I think he's going to thrive at City because they'll just provide him with so many chances. I mean, 25, 30 goals in a season, I could see him getting a lot more than that. If he hits the ground running, could be looking at 40 goals in a season in a team like City. I think he'd actually score less if he was at the likes of Liverpool, because they're a little bit more conservative, not conservative, a little bit more less adventurous going forward, shall I say. Perhaps they look to create just a couple of good quality chances and then really hold their shape a lot more. Whereas City is really gung-ho at times. I could see him maybe getting shut out in a couple of games and people go, oh, he's not up for it in the big games. Then I could see him getting like 8 goals against someone like a Bournemouth or something. They were not prepared for just how good City can be. They've always got that kind of 8-0, 9-0, even a 10-0 result in them. And if they're doing that, he's the man that's going to be getting the bulk of those goals. I think it's scary how many he could get potentially. But we just don't know, do we? We'll have to wait and see. It's Premier League. Not everybody takes to it easily. But of all the players coming in recent years, I think this is one that to be worried about, I think.
I agree with you. I think that he's got the...
Yeah.
Sorry?
Even if he doesn't, he's still got the likes of Alvarez coming with him. So there's backup and there's quality at all times. So if he suddenly decides they decide he needs a strike partner up with him just to mix things up a bit, they've got that as well. Yeah. It's frightening times it could be trying to catch them, but they remain the team we've got to try and get onto. I mean, that's the target, to overcome City. That's how we win a league title.
Yeah, I think that there's two though that there, from the rumors, you've also got Sterling, who's on his way out as well. Gundogan, I can't remember the exact list, but it was a fairly, I think even the likes of Bernardo Silva were expected to leave.
Really?
This summer. So they're. I think that losing Sterling, because Sterling has been like a 10 to 15 goal season player for them too over the last 4 or 5 seasons. It will Phil Foden be able to make up that difference, because he hasn't yet. And people always say, "Oh, he's young, he doesn't play a lot," blah blah blah. We'll get to see. I think we'll get to see more of Phil Foden. I think you'll see more starts for him this season. It'll be interesting to see if he's actually up to the task. I think there's going to be a lot of things that happen at City this season that may cause some issues in the first 4 or 5 weeks, because even last season they started off real slow, right? I mean, I think they only won like 1 out of the first 4 games or something like that. They lost to us and then drew a lot of the other ones. So City's always kind of been that one it takes them a couple matches to get their wheels turning. What do you think about that?
On the other hand, what have we been asking for, and what has Conte wanted this pre-season for us? Get the business done early. What have Manchester City done? Got those 2 players in early. With a full pre-season, adjusting to other players in training. It can't be understated just how important pre-season is for a club. The fine-tuning of how you're going to approach the first game of the season. It sets the tone in training. Players get used to making little runs off each other, get used to the way they'll turn, anticipating the pass. It all starts coming together very quickly with that intense training program pre-season. And because they've done that business early on those 2 players, I think they're going to be more ready than people are giving them credit for. To be honest, I'm really worried about them being just uncatchable. It's certainly a scenario we could be seeing. On the other hand, there's always the unknown factor. Injuries, who knows what could happen. So we'll see. But I don't think it's a case of them stumbling around in the first few games, wondering where the win's going to come from. When we mentioned Foden, I do think he's going to step up. Much like we're talking about with Jesus. He's one of those players, I don't see him getting like 25 goals a season. But I do see him getting 15 goals a season if he's a regular starter. I
mean, that would be a first, I think, for him, getting 15 a season and stuff like that. So
just a bit more game time, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly how that team plays out, how it ends up looking towards the end of the transfer window. And that's what's weird about this season is people don't even realize the season starts like a month from now for the most part. You know what I mean? But we do have 101 people watching the show right now, and we only have 46 likes. So the target for this stream is to get 100. Doesn't cost you guys anything. And if you don't like the stream, hit the thumbs down button. If you like the stream, hit that thumbs up button. It helps people know. And also, too, if you're willing, hit that share button and tweet out that we're live right now. Share it with your friends. Share it in a Facebook group. Share it in whatever you're doing. Just drop the live chat. Click that share, and you can tweet it out, Facebook it out, or do whatever. But we do have one more guest joining us right now from, and I didn't put my thing in alphabetical order, but I got it anyway. He's out there getting ready early in the morning. I'm sure he'll be going to work in a bit, but he's here for now. World-renowned kangaroo cage fighter Shane B is in the house. What's up? They should do that. Kangaroo cage fights. It's probably illegal, but
big up Shane. Not been on the stream with you for ages, mate.
Yeah, mate. Been a while. You'd have to clip their nails. Their nails.
You put gloves on them, wouldn't you? I mean, that's the thing, right?
Yeah, but their nails would come through the gloves. They tear you to bits.
Tear you to bits, huh? Yeah, but how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm all right. But they've got an awful habit of disemboweling people. If they do attack,
sounds fun. That would make good TV.
Their rear legs just kick up. They balance on their tail, and they kick with their legs, and just they got these bloody long toenails that tend to,
like a velociraptor.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But hey, going back onto Spurs, or you were talking about City and Foden. I reckon it'll be Foden's breakout season this year. He's going to have a big season.
Good too. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to watch. I'm looking forward to. I think there's a lot of interesting narratives that have happened this year, right? You've got, big changes, big moves at City, big changes, big moves at Liverpool, big changes, big moves even at Chelsea. So Man United can't seem to sign anybody. So it's gonna be poor Terry over there at the football terrace. Put up an earlier video today, just going after the owners. They're having a really hard time over there at Manchester United right now. We think that we haven't signed somebody in a week, and we're kind of freaking out and getting a little bit antsy. They haven't signed anybody at all. So there are worse places that we could be.
We've got 4, so
yeah, we got 4. One of them is basically kind of you signing, right? But 4 in total, and 3 of them so far. Like, look, the Fraser Foster one, is it a good signing? Well, yeah, I mean, he's better than Galini was, but if Fraser Foster isn't one where I was like, yeah, right? Like, it's just like an okay, yeah, that's fine. He's a homegrown quota players, right? So
I don't know why we didn't go in for Pope.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for the price that he went for, it seems pretty
bloody cheap, I reckon.
Pretty cheap.
I think Pope would have to be a starter if he came though.
But I think Lloris is at an age where you could easily convince a number 2 that they will be the number 1 in the next season and a half, right? Like, you're going to start that transition.
It's what we did with Lloris when he came in the first place. After all, with Brad Friedel, wasn't it? He didn't get straight into the team, eased in, complained a little bit, as you'd expect a good player to, especially when they're already captain of their national team. Of course, they're going to want to play. I think this is why actually Forster for me is a really good signing. When he first broke into the Southampton team, I genuinely rated him as the best goalkeeper in the Premier League. He was sensational at first, but he did lose his way a little bit. And that's why he got out of the team. He's not quite recaptured that form yet, but that talent is in there somewhere. If it resurfaces, or if he gets inspired somehow in training, Conte's trainers bring the best out of him, he could very much be challenging Hugo for the starting place, let alone being a decent backup with actually full competition, especially in some of these games where we're playing against some big forwards. Hugo isn't the biggest. We are not great in the air at the moment. If we've got a really giant keeper like Forster in there to dominate aerially, it's going to help us enormously in some games. So I think it's a good signing. Free transfer, no-brainer for me.
Yeah. We've got, so Philip P. also too became a member earlier tonight in the show. He has joined the Levy level as well. So thank you to Gina Kim here. Says, and that's the next question that we were going to go to, is talking a little bit about Jed Spence.
That's 2.
But we've got 2 members out of 5 for the goal on target, and we've got 55 of the 100 likes. But there's 102 people watching right now. You're just on YouTube alone. So all you got to do is just go over and just hit that like button. It doesn't cost you nothing. Let's get the string up to that. And 5 subscribers that we were looking for, target wise. Let's see how that's going. That's a different page. But the 5 subscriber count that we are looking at, we are on 1972. We are on 1970. We started, so that's 2. We just need 3 more subscribers too to hit that target. So if you're watching and you haven't subscribed yet, which most likely 101 at this time of night in the UK, you may not be subscribed. Although I do have thousands of subscribers, but Jed Spence,
like, subscribe, and comment.
And you can once you've subscribed, you're able to comment. So we know if you see somebody in the chat, they're a subscriber of the channel. So all of you guys that are in the chat are part of the community. No outsiders here necessarily, but not that like you just hit subscribe and you can chat and then you can unsubscribe after. So only reason why I do that is, you notice I don't have as many of the porn guys, unfortunately, on my channel as some of the others do. So It keeps out the river.
Damn.
But thank you to all the people in the chat. So you guys are all important, every last one of you. To the show. Jet Spence. Thoughts?
Collapsed. Deal collapsed.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's collapsed yet. I think Daniel Levy's starting to pack his briefcase and stand up from the table is what it seems like to me. What are your guys' thoughts?
Do you want to go first, Shane?
I was just going to say, yeah, I'll go first. Levy was pushing the Jed Spence. From all accounts, Levy was pushing the Jed Spence transfer. He was the one that he likes him. He feels like a homegrown quota. I think there's better out there and better for the value, for the money. You know, I'm not saying that he's not going to become a world-class player, because he probably is. He's got talent. But, yeah, I think the deal's dead in the water.
Yeah, I think it's got. I mean, this is just my guess. I would say that if it was Conte that wanted him, it would have been done a long time ago, right? They're not going to piddle paddle over $5 million if it's something that Conte wants. If it's something that that Levy necessarily wants in order to look like, you know, you can sell him off in the future, another Kyle Walker, for example. Then Daniel Levy is going to try to get the best deal possible, because the lower the price, the more profit you can make, right? So that's why, to me, this one seems like a Levy focused deal. What are your thoughts, Mr. Kuba 99?
This is the deal that's making me a little bit nervous about the rest of this summer, because weren't we led to believe that Daniel Levy is stepping back and taking no part in transactions in any of the signings anymore?
Yeah, but we knew that was never going to happen.
Exactly. If this is true, it seems to be confirmed that he's dealing with this one. Then that theory is out of the window, and if that's out of the window, then it means Daniel Levy is still very much the man with the checkbook, and he's going to oversee exactly who comes in. He can listen to the likes of Paratici, but if we're already seeing evidence that he is involved, don't expect too much change. I've gone from being highly optimistic, thinking we're going to get in some really great signings, to, oh God, are we going to end up with 3 more budget players and 2 more that didn't get over the line because wanted to haggle 500 grand off the last part of the 20 million deal or something.
It does remind me of Tommy Asu, eh? It reminds me of a Tommy Asu deal last season.
Or any of the other multiple deals you can pick on the last 20 years. We've done it so often, that's the trouble. So the alarm bells are kind of, I won't say they're sounding yet, but I think they're on standby for me. We'll just have to wait and see a bit nervously what's happening the rest of the window, because it's not looking all rosy like it was, say, a week ago for me now.
Yeah. And this is just kind of breaking stuff. Fabrizio Romano, I guess, apparently has tweeted out within the last 20, I've been live here for the last 50 minutes, that Tottenham are really interested in Rafinha, and they are discussing with Leeds about potential verbal proposal. Antonio Conte is a big fan of the player. Spurs understand it is really competitive race. Before we get to Rafinha, though, the title of the show, I don't want people to think we were being accused of clickbait. Sunny to Madrid. I find this funny and ironic now, because to be honest with you, if you watch Korean news, if you follow it, obviously that's difficult if you don't speak Korean, but I do. And so when you watch Korean news, links like Madrid, Barcelona, Liverpool have been floating around in Korean media for probably 3 to 4 years running. You haven't really seen a lot of it in the British press, because I think he was kind of an underrated player at the time. But now, being the Golden Boot, now these links, these things are starting to be made public in the English press. what are your guys' thoughts on Son leaving? Is it a risk? We all saw his father's comments about him being world class, which were misconstrued, by the way. Basically, he said, in his opinion, what he classifies as being world class is to be playing at a world class team week in, week out for a period of time. Right? That's what he considers a world class team. Fans should take that more as a shot as Heung-min dad taking shots at Tottenham Hotspur, not his son. Right? That wasn't my son's not good enough. That was the club my son plays for is not good enough. If you really want to get into the Korean, the meaning of that statement in Korean, what are your guys' thoughts? Is Heung-min daddy going to be pushing Heung-min son out for to move on maybe this summer?
Go ahead, Kuva.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's because his dad's going to want him to go to be the very best he can possibly be at the biggest club he can possibly get to. And as much as we love Spurs, I think we're realistic enough to realise that Real Madrid are a bigger club than us. That world-renowned, famous for how many times they win the Champions League, something we haven't even won. I mean, that's the harsh reality of it. So, from that point of view, I can understand that, a father pushing his son onto as big, greater heights as he can manage. After all, they're not Spurs through and through, are they? They are Koreans. They don't have an affinity for Tottenham. They are free to go and do as they see fit if it's agreeable to people. For me, the worrying bit is the fact that if this was Chelsea or Manchester United or Liverpool we're talking about, we could just laugh it off. But Real Madrid, who were they trying to get? Mbappe. That didn't go through. So they're clearly on the lookout for world-class attacking talent. Does Sonny fit that bill? Yes, he does. He does. They does not have, as we said, he does not have the same sort of British sort of dumbing down of his abilities, if you, for want of a better phrase. But he's not appreciated enough in this country. Clearly, the fact that he didn't even get mentioned for Player of the Year is just outrageous.
Yeah,
or Team of the Year.
Yeah, Real Madrid don't see it like that. They just see his quality, as do so many people around the world. Some of our rivals even say it. Even Arsenal fans appreciate how good he is.
Do you think if he was playing in the Liga that would have been the case? If he would have had the season he had last season, let's say at Real Madrid, do you think people would have not? Do you think he wouldn't have been nominated for those things? I don't. I think if he would have had that type of a season, 23 goals, Golden Boot in the Liga, almost 30 plus goal contributions in total. I think he's because I just think that La Liga is a little bit more appreciative of some of their foreign talent than necessarily the Premier League is, and I think he is in the team this season. I think he's then in talk for Ballon d'Or conversations. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
There's one thing that I think would make it a similar scenario with Real Madrid. First of all, I'll have to explain what it's like at Tottenham from my point of view. The only reason Sonny didn't get as much recognition is Harry Kane. There's the love affair in the press with Harry Kane, England captain, regularly getting the Golden Boot within the country, the Spurs icon, role model. He's kind of under his shadow from that point of view. Not from lack of talent, obviously. He's right up there with him. They're a partnership. But the press alone decide, who's the best player, if you like, because it's the one that fits their image that they want.
Well, for people that don't know, a lot of those popularity votes, which is what they are for the entire football league. So you're talking like non-league play, or not non-league, but like League 2, League 3, lower level players are also voting for this Player of the Year thing. And if they're not plugged in, we're all in this Tottenham world, this Tottenham bubble, where we are hit and pounded by Tottenham news all the time. So we know who Son is. Maybe these guys don't really know because the English press doesn't really talk about him that much outside, like on Sky Sports. And every now and again, you hear, people bring his name up and say, he's a great player, really underrated, and da da da. But for the most part, in an hour-long show, his name is maybe mentioned once, and they're talking, there's no hour-long debates about Son Heung-min in English press, Sky Sports, BBC Sports, stuff like that. So
unless he scores a worldie, then it's a 5-minute chat on it on
how underrated he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think all that's accepted. He wouldn't have had the same reaction in Spain at this moment in time, but pre-CR7, the Ronaldo era, who was the golden boy of Real Madrid? Raul. He would have had the same problem then, because then that's the Spanish golden boy, and their press would have been focused on him rather than the foreign import. Yeah. And so it's just he would have been unlucky just by circumstance, just by timing, just as he's been at Spurs. So I don't think it's so much a sort of inherent sort of.
I think the tide has shifted in Spain, though.
Favoritism, if you like.
Yeah, but I think the tide has shifted a little bit in Spain, though. Now it's hard for Spanish talent to even get a. La Liga shifted to such a kind of box office league, right? That focuses on box office players that even, Marcos Asensio can't even hardly get into a side, right? He's going to have to leave Spain in order to get regular playing time. And he's supposed to be, he's kind of like their starting forward for Spain right now for the most part. I mean, there's other people, but they're Spanish players are having to go out to find opportunities to play. Whereas I just think that the La Liga's had a shift. Syria, example, Bundesliga. If he was in Bundesliga, he probably wouldn't have half the recognition he hasn't even now, right? So I'm not saying this is just an English problem. I'm just saying that just because in Germany they don't speak English, and so you're really just kind of looking at the huge big names in the Liga or in Bundesliga rather that are getting noticed outside of Germany. Whereas, there's a lot more eyeballs on the Premier League in the Liga than there is in other places, right? So,
but he was in La Liga, in Bundesliga. Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, he wasn't nobody had heard, when he came to England for the first time. Even though he had 3 really good seasons in the Bundesliga, nobody knew who he was, right? Like he was an unknown coming into the Premier League, even though he had success at. He came from a Champions League side. You don't realize that, but they actually finished 4th the year that he left them and came to Tottenham. So he left the Champions League side to come to the Premier League, and we were in 5th at the time.
We
were only in Europa League.
Leverkusen, wasn't it?
Huh? Yeah, Bayer Leverkusen.
Yeah.
You know how well he did over there because you just need to look at Klopp's reaction to him. He's got such huge respect for him even now. It's the put arm around him and just, you often wonder what's he saying to him exactly. I'm sure he's going to be jokingly going, you should come over to Liverpool because he loves him as well. He appreciates a good footballer. Klopp always has done. It's one thing I will give him. He's not biased when it comes to talent. He will always say when an opposing player has been great. He'll just say it straight out, right? And he sees Son for exactly what he is, which is a world-class left wing.
But you've also got to look at the Real Madrid has got a precedence of stealing our best players. We've lost Modric, Bale, and there was one other one. But Modric and Bale are the two biggest stars that we've lost to Real Madrid. So there's a precedence saying that Real Madrid come in for our best players. So why wouldn't they come in for Son? Because he's one of our best players. Last season, I reckon I'd go even far to say he was our best player.
Son, last season for us, absolutely, he's our best player. So there's no doubt about that. But it just makes me, so you guys know, everybody who's watched the channel over the last 6 months is aware of the battle that I had to fight on YouTube and Twitter for Son's stead. So it just, for me, it's very ironic now that, people, just don't appreciate, or that he doesn't get necessarily the plaudits. Because I mean, a lot of this, it was. I guess you could say it feels there's some form of vindication there. I guess you could say, because it was like there were a lot of people who were saying that he needed to be sat, and then were upset when he didn't get nominated, right? And then are upset now that people that are talking about Real Madrid or whatever. And for me, it's kind of like wink, wink.
So if he was to go, what sort of fee do you reckon he would command?
He's got 4 years left on his contract, right? If you count next season, because he signed a 5-year deal, I do believe it's 4 or 5 year deal. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I thought it was 2025.
Yeah, so don't quote me on that. So 2025 would be 22, 23, 24, 25, 4 years. So 4-year deal. So he's got 3 years left on his contract. 29-year-old going on 30. Probably 100 mil, 150 mil. I wouldn't let him go for less than 150 mil with 3 years in the car, because people don't realize this. Koreans age well. They're kind of like Croatians. So, because like even at 30. When an English player or something like that, or American players even, I'll start mentioning my own country so I don't piss people off. American players, when you watch them, when they start hitting 30 years old, you can see their legs start to go. You can see steps of pace, but I don't see any losses in Son's pace at all at the age of 30, right? So, even not just in football, but in other sports, NFL, basketball, everything, right? When a player hits 30, it's very rare in the United States that a player is still playing professionally into their 30s. Koreans age very well, so I don't think you're going to see a problem for Son for at least the next 3-4 years. I think Son's going to be a player who plays all the way into his mid-30s. So
I seem to remember back in, it must have started around about 86 World Cup, something like that. South Korea had a good run in there. That they really started hitting the international scene quite more regularly, with some spectacular long-range goals and beating a couple of teams you wouldn't have expected them to. And I seem to remember, I think it was their captain back then. He had this phenomenal amount of international caps. And it was that ties in with what he's saying. They're just aging better. They keep, because he was one of these players that was the workhorse. He was the engine room of the team, and he was running constantly. And then somebody said something, if I remember rightly, it's going back a while now, so memory's starting to fail me on the thing. But if I remember rightly, they said something like he's 38 years old at that point, and he was going around like a 20-year-old. It was incredible. It's I think it's part of the cultural sort of ethics, the upbringing, the sort of work hard, play hard sort of part thing with the game. You get a lot more sort of discipline within families and a lot of places within Asia, certainly not everywhere, of course, but it seems to be a common thing compared to the likes of the US or Britain, where we've got a very sort of perhaps lazy attitude to upbringing children. If that's probably not the right words, but I know what I'm trying to get at, even if I'm not.
But yeah, I mean, because they're not, and this isn't like, it's just a culture thing. It just has to do with how the way that they operate, the way they live, the way their society runs, the way it works. Western cultures are far more sedentary, meaning they don't do crap. I'm getting sanitary. I can't say words today. They walk everywhere. They don't drive. They do drive, and they're getting more, where they stuff like that. But they don't stay at home. They're very active. I mean, I lived there for 13 years. So I'm speaking from experience. I probably walked more in those 13 years than I ever have in my life. Right? You walk to the bus stop, you get on the bus, you walk from the bus station to the subway station, you ride the subway, you walk from the subway station to your office, or you get on another bus. All of the shops and everything are close. You'll find 35 coffee shops within a quarter mile of each other because they walk to places, right? Everything's got to be within walking distance of a subway station or walking distance of a bus stop. So that they don't like to stay home that much, right? They just don't. They like to go out. They like to be out and about. They like to be running errands and doing this and going to meeting this person there and doing this. My wife hates staying at home, dude. She hates it. Right? She hates it. Whereas, like, I'm fine sitting on the couch for a week and never leaving the house, not even turning my car on. Like, it doesn't bother me. My wife would not. She doesn't. She wakes up. She's gone by 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. Comes back when the kids get home from school, and then she's back out and comes home at like 9, 10 o'clock at night every day.
Talking to your wife, is she home?
No, she's still she's in Korea visiting her mom. She'll be there for like a month. So. Yeah,
I thought she was coming home this week or last week.
No, July 25th is when she's coming back. Yeah,
another month almost.
Yeah, so she left around the middle of June, and then she'll be back into July. But yeah,
bachelor pad.
That's right. Four guys. The house is not very clean right now.
How would Korea compare to the likes of Japan? Say comparing Seoul to Tokyo, because Tokyo, you could stay in an apartment there on holiday. You go out the front door, everything's there. Neon lights everywhere, food everywhere, technology, everything you could possibly want. And like you said, it's in walking distance. It's all there. You're really long trip. You just hop onto public transport there. You're off. No problem at all. So I just wondered how Korea compares to that, because there's a lot of similarities.
It compares.
Culture.
It compares, but I would say that it's even more that case in Korea right now. So Korea's industrial boom happened a lot later than Japan's did. So you're looking like, for example, Tokyo is a fairly older. I mean, they may have some modern parts and stuff like that, but the buildings are a bit older. They're a little bit lower. Whereas, your average, building in Korea, I can't remember the last time I went into a building that didn't have a elevator in it, right? It's like every building that you walk into has an elevator, and they're 5, 6, 7 stories tall. And there could be, you look at one, it's kind of like a strip mall or a mini mall in the United States. I'm sure they have similar ones in Australia. I don't know what you guys do in the UK, but they, it's like a shopping it's like a straight line of buildings that are like a shopping center, but you walk in, and there could be 35 hagwons in one office building. Right. So I mean, it's a hagwon is like an academy, student academy. So Korea, I think, is even more that way. Right. There's 15 different restaurants in one of those things, which is a 5-10 minute walk from your house. You could have 3 coffee shops in the thing underneath your apartment building. It just depends. Pizza shops, chicken jeeps, restaurants and stores and clothing shops and stuff like that. So I mean, it's just everything's within walking distance. And what you can't get to by walking, if you need to go to an actual supermarket or something like that, or do that, you just go to E-Mart or Home Plus.
Perhaps that all fits in then with the whole idea of your upbringings in Korea. It's there. You get out the front door. You don't just think, I'm tired, I'll just lay on the couch for a while. It's like you want to do something fun, you just go straight out. You're in it. It's a busier kind of excitement.
Well, yeah, because so for example, it's like, so in the United States, it's very common culture for, if you're a kid, like when I was a kid, we invited our friends over to our house, right? And they would come, and we have houses, right? We don't live in apartment high rises, right? We live in houses. So we would bring our friends over to the house. We would play in the yard or play video games in the house. In Korea, everybody lives in giant apartment buildings. You don't really invite your friends to your house. You meet them somewhere else. So like, it's a completely weird culture. Like if I wanted to watch a movie with my friend, I would invite him to my house. We would go and watch a movie in my house, a DVD in my house. But in Korea, you go to a DVD bang, right? A DVD room. They have these, it's in that little high rise next to the restaurant. singing rooms. You go, you don't bring out somebody over and have a party in your house. Like in the United States, kids go to house parties. In Korea, kids go to Noribangs and DVD bongs and all of these different outside of the house. For one, parents are a bit strict, right? So it's kids, they get their autonomy by separating them because they live with their parents till they're a lot of times in their mid 30s or 40s even. Whereas we in the United States, you're 18, you're out, right? I haven't lived with my parents since I was 19 years old, right? So it's just a different way. But we got one guest in the back that we want to bring him in. Mr. Danny THFC is in the house. What's up, Mr. Dan THFC?
What's up? How's everybody?
Hey, Dan. How are you, mate?
Hey, Dan, how are you?
Not much going on right now.
Not much going on, but just kind of going back to what we were talking about in the area. So yeah, Noribong, DVD on PC Bong. Yeah, exactly. So like, for example, most kids in the United States, like I'm sure Dan, if he has computers or Xbox or whatever he's got in his game, he plays those games in his house, in his room. In Korea, they don't do that. The kid would leave the house and go to a PC or PS4 bong, or they would leave the house to go play games, right? And you walk in and they have, I don't know if everybody's seen them in movies or Korean dramas on Netflix or anything like that, but it's just rows and rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of computers, and you pay like $2 an hour. You've got the highest gaming PC, the top of if you go to a good PC bug, the high end gaming PCs and all this stuff, and there's all these kids, and you can order ramen and you can order this, and they go out and play computer games. They don't stay at home and play computer games most of the time.
I don't have a gaming thing anymore because I was playing FIFA career mode and I got pissed at a game and I just threw my controller against the wall. So yeah, I don't have fun anymore.
You gotta stop the rage quitting, man.
I broke I actually broke the controller.
I've got a bunch of controllers. If you have a technically inclined father like I do, I take the controllers that they break and then Frankenstein them in together and make one that works. But I'm weird like that. Yes, I mean that's why I think they're more active. So because when you're more active, it's when you're sedentary that your body starts to, you gain weight and you start to get aches and pains.
Now you're talking about me.
Stop it. I'm talking about myself. So that's why I'm drinking the Heineken Light. Put on about 10 pounds in the last month. We're gonna get that off of there. But yeah.
So Dan, what do you think of Son maybe going to Real Madrid?
I think it's a load of crap. I think it's a load of crap. Son is not leaving Tottenham this summer. There's absolutely no chance, especially what Conte's building right now. Whatever offer they offer him, Son is too loyal at this moment in time to leave. He wouldn't do it to us. I already know it. Son is not leaving Tottenham at this moment in time.
Do you not think everybody has a price?
So what?
It depends where you are at the club. Because last season we look like we're just done, and you see Harry Kane wanting to go to Manchester City. But right now we're on the up, and there's no one that can deny that. I feel like it'd be better for him to stay at Tottenham. I think we're gonna win a trophy next season. So win a trophy with Tottenham, the club that he's been with at ever since I can remember, and I've been supporting Tottenham. He's been at Tottenham. And it'd be great for him to win a trophy here. And he really cares about the club. You could hear on the way that he has interviews when he talks about a moment that we do well on. It's not happening. It's just media stuff. I've been noticing it a lot. These things are not going on really. There's a lot of media stuff, I think. They just want to get Son's name in the front covers.
And so Goguma said that they have apparently nowadays there are other. I'm sure they have all. I haven't been in Korea in 5 years, so. Sure, they have all the different types of places they go out to, but she also says, doesn't look like you've gained any weight. That's because I do my shows. No, I mean, I'm I'm starting to get a little. When I can grab down here and hold on, I'm not used to that. So, and I can grab a significant amount of stuff down here. So, I've been a skinny boy my whole life. So,
middle-aged spread, mate. Middle-aged spread.
Yeah, it's the tire. I call it the natural flotation device, emergency flotation device.
Safeguarding against winter. That's what I look at it.
I call it a keg.
The keg, that's right. Yeah,
that's right. Don't deal with 6-packs around here. Do the whole keg.
That's right. So I have gone from a 6-pack to a keg. So, but my kids, man, they're so skinny, dude. They look like twigs.
See my arm. My arm isn't even the size of a twig.
Yeah. I always tell every time I see my kids, my son, I don't know why, but my 14-year-old, he's almost 15 now. He's got this habit now. He's probably gonna kill me if he ever watches this, but he's gotten this habit now of walking around with his shirt off. Like I don't know. I guess he thinks he has muscles, but he doesn't. And every time I see him, I'm like, dude, do some push-ups. Like, go do push-ups.
If Bob Spur is still watching and he heard the comment about the arm, I'm just saying, do not. Right, okay.
But yeah, back to the we got just a little bit. We've got 70 likes now, 91 watching still. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button as well. And we still need 3 more members to hit that 5-member goal, and we still need, what do we need on the subscribers? We need 2 more subscribers. So 2 more subscribers, 30 more likes, and 3 more memberships to hit the stream goals for today. Help us do that. Also hit that share button too. Share this out to your friends.
I'm gonna exit out for like 30 minutes and I'll be back.
All right, sounds good, man.
I'm gonna go have dinner.
All right, Dan.
That goes the question.
Oh yeah, RT2 subbed. There you go. Beep 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 beep.
I can ask you the same question I was going to ask Dan there. Supposing the unthinkable did happen and we did sell Sonny, I got, say, 150 million for him, and Conte's obviously up in arms about it, but then Levy says, we just got 150 million, you can go and spend it all on whoever you want. Do you think that would be enough to keep Conte at the club?
As long as he still gets to make the other targets that he wanted, I think it does. Like, you might see his transition into a 3-5-2, rather than playing that 3-4-3. Because then he can go after like a Martinez or something like that.
Nkunku.
I mean, there's other players out there. I don't think they're as good as Son. But there's ways that you could shift the system. Same thing with Harry Kane. If Harry Kane went for that amount of money, I don't think that we would be lost. I really don't. I think people make these players more important than they necessarily, like this whole thing. Whoa, if Harry Kane gets hurt, and what are we gonna do if we sign Rafinha or something like that? Somebody else plays it. It's not a deal.
What did we do when Harry Kane got injured before? We just played.
We played What did we do when Harry Kane went missing for 18 weeks at the beginning of last season? We played somebody else. Somebody else stepped up. So I mean, if you have quality players, if there's not such a huge drop off in quality, right? I think you're less affected by big moves, right? So what are we gonna do when Harry Kane retires? He's only got 5 years if we're lucky, right? So I mean, what are we gonna do then? If he's so crucial to us and we can't survive, what are we gonna do in 5 years when he retires or goes to MLS or decides he wants to be an NFL place kicker? Like, what do we do? Right?
That's the thing. I think you're right. People panic too much about it. I think you just have to look at the obvious things, really obvious things. Have Manchester City won the league without Harry Kane? Yes. Have Liverpool been winning the league without Harry Kane? Yes. Real Madrid didn't have him winning the Champions League. You can play without him. You just have to play a different way.
Exactly. You got to change what you got to do. And that's like, I don't think Pep Guardiola wanted to play without a striker. He just didn't have one that was worth spending the money on. And so he had to make do with what he had. And we'll make do with what we have. And now it says, Dane Scarlett will be there by then. Well, yeah, I like Scarlett. I think he's a good player. I don't think he's going to be a multiple season Golden Boot winning striker. I hope he does.
We would have to dramatically change the way we play to accommodate him for that.
Yeah, I just don't think that he's going to put up the same numbers that Harry Kane. People don't realize Harry Kane it's not like our academy produces these types of players. He's an anomaly. He's an anomaly, not the norm, right? Because I think it was like in his first 3 seasons, we was out on all those loans or whatever. 17 goals and 1 assist. That's all Harry Kane had. He wasn't blowing the doors off of places on loan, and then we brought him in, right? And in his first season, where he played like 5 or 6 games and spent most of the time on the bench, he only scored 6. And then it was like at the end of that season, he got that opportunity, and then just boom, he just exploded. It doesn't happen that way, right? Most of the time, right? It usually is a gradual progression. It's usually not. You're kind of, because the whole talk when he did it the first year was what? One hit wonder, right? Nobody expected Harry Kane to continue to do what he was doing. It was a shock, right? It's not like people were looking into the past and saying Harry Kane's going to be a world-class striker when he was, 20, 18, 19, 20. That wasn't what people were saying.
Well, we're hoping the lightning strikes twice with Troy Parrott. So we're hoping he follows in the same vein as Kane. So I can't see it personally, but you never know. He might have a season in the championship next season and come back even stronger.
Yeah. I think we put too much pressure a lot of times on our young players. Like Skip, like everybody's saying he's going to be world class. He's going to be a generational talent. And that was a good show. Sava and you and Sean were on. Earlier today or yesterday? It was earlier today.
I don't know. It's all a blur to me.
Yeah, it's all a blur. It was a good show. You guys talked about some good topics. And Goguma says, yeah, we don't need to worry that much. He said, 맞아요. 우리는 Conte 감독님 있잖아요. We have Coach Conte as well. But yeah. I just think that people, in the attempt to back the lads, I think are actually setting them up for a little bit more disappointment than, for example, Harry Winks. If you didn't have the other side saying he's world class, the other side wouldn't be saying he's shit so much, right?
Right.
It's the battle between the two, because this side has gone way too far in saying they're generational talent, world class. Like, do you think I would really be talking about Brian Hill as much as I do if there weren't people out there saying he's world class, he's going to win the Ballon d'Or in the next 2 years, he's the next Lionel Messi, he's the great, somebody tagged me on a tweet the other day. I think it was Dan, and it was the guy was like, Brian Hill, there it is, I'll read it, gonna be a club legend one day, with a picture of Brian Hill. I mean, it's serious. Brian Hill is going to be a club legend at Tottenham Hotspur, right? I mean, this is a younger guy from the UK, Spurs fan, London, blah, blah, blah. Gonna be a club legend one day. Why is Brian Hill gonna be a club legend?
I think he could be a club legend.
As the worst player we ever had, worst signing we've ever made. But I mean, if there weren't people out there doing that, right? Saying that, if it was just, okay, Brian Hill, we signed him, he's average. Both sides, I don't think there would be as much. I wouldn't talk about Brian Hill at all. But it's because there's such an over exaggeration, an undue hyperbole of praise that comes that requires the equal amount of hyperbolic response, does it not? You know what I mean? Like, I think that those two balance each other out.
Yeah, it's I think it all comes down to media affecting the way people think over the course of the last 60 years, even maybe even longer. And the word I'm always going to be thinking of is sensationalism. I nearly did an American and made it into an Isation, but I held myself back. Yeah, so you get the wild hype on one player. If he doesn't live up to that, immediately it's got to be a 180-degree turn. He's shit. It's like you're not allowed to have anything in the middle. And you see it in all sorts of things, politics especially. America especially when it comes to politics, because you're so incredibly polarized between conservative and the Democrat, and it's like you have to choose a side. Why do you have to?
Why can't I agree? It's like this is what it is, a modern, I think, phenomenon, right? That you've got people, and I'm not saying these people are like this, but let's say you got Sava's positions. Well, if I don't agree with every position that Sava has, then I'm somehow his enemy. We can't get along. Why can't I agree with some of the things that Sava says and agree with some of the things that Sean says or that Alex says, right? Like if I think that a person's point is valid, I don't care if I disagree with him on 99%. I'm gonna acknowledge that they're right on this particular topic. They could be wrong 100. Here we go. There's.
Woo! We got our first porn bot.
Gogma got him.
Yeah,
Gogma got him.
We made it.
Subscribing to this. Big up to the porn bots for subscribing to the channel.
Yeah.
Just how many of my 2,000 subscribers are porn bots?
Will Hub.
That's right. But speaking of porn bots, we got 79 likes. We only need 20 more, and we still need 3 subscribers and 3 members. So yeah, but getting back to what we're talking about, I think there's this just not even just in politics, and I think it comes from, I think it's our fault. If I want to blame America for something, I'm going to blame America for this. They're back. Gogma, get him. Scott M got him that time. I'm gonna give big ups to the people that get them. So you get a shout out, mod, if you get them. But just don't. That's gonna be a race, and people are gonna hide and then unhide at the exact same time, and then hide again, and it's good fun for the mods.
You get the title mod hammer or something like that. Right?
Shane, are you a mod? Yeah, you should be a mod, I think.
I'm green. I'm not blue.
Where are you? Comment in the chat, and I'll make you a mod. You got to actually comment in the chat for me to be able to make you a mod. Say hi. But anyway, I think the modern society thing, blaming America, it is America's fault. The way that our media sensationalizes things, and then other companies across the world see how much money that they can make if they act in that way, and so they copy or they will adapt it to their own societal norms. But I just see it like, because even like when I watch, I'm more of a libertarian, so people don't get mad when I say this, but I'm in the middle. So, but I can see even like left news media people even make valid points sometimes. Like they'll acknowledge in Europe other truths, like facts, like, you know, maybe like a Bill Maher who can be a leftist but will acknowledge when things are actually happening in reality. It doesn't happen here, right? If you're not pounding the narrative drum, you get canceled, you get shut down, you get shut off, right? Like it doesn't, in the United States, you can't be a fence sitter, because if you're lukewarm, you're chucked out, right? You can't do that. And I see that trend just happening to, you know, it's like, I don't think Brian Hill's an exciting player. I don't think that he's a good player. I think he's an average player. He's not horrible. He's not the worst player that ever played the game. but he's not going to be a club legend. He's not going to win the Ballon d'Or in the next 2 years. He's not going to be a world-class player. He's not. If it happens, it's a fluke because he is not showing any of the traits that Messi showed at his age. He's not showing any of the traits that Ronaldo showed at his age. He's not showing the traits of anything. He's got the worst numbers of any player I've ever seen in my entire life, with the exception of dribbling and tackling. It's the only two things he's good at, right? But there are so many more aspects to the game where he is poor. And people act, because I saw some highlight reel on YouTube where he megged a couple of guys, that he's gonna be the next da-da-da-da-da. And it drives me insane. And then when you say, no, he's not, oh, you're being so negative, Will. Back the lads, support the club, support the team. Right? Like, if you're not on their delusional hype train, you're negative. Right? If you're not back in Paratici and saying how great he is and tweeting 30 times a day about how awesome he's the next best thing since sliced bread, you're negative. Right? If you don't think that if Harry Kane's had a bad game and you call him out on it, you're negative. Right? If you think that this, that, or the other, you're negative. People could try. I've probably canceled myself about 30 times until so it won't work. It won't work. There are some figures that are just uncancelable, unfortunately. Not more or less.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I've noticed it more and more when I've been less.
I think they're joking, Matthew.
With how I express my views lately. I'm a little bit more, not argumentative, but I'm a little bit more forceful with how I prefer to put my points across. And I've noticed it gets an awful lot of hate with people. Just a little bit of fine tuning on how you approach things brings in a lot of flack. For example, the other day I was saying, how many centre backs do we need to add to our squad to be regularly competing on every front? Every front for every trophy available, put ourselves into that same bracket as the likes of Liverpool and City. And I said, how many have we got that we can say we can really do that? And I just went like that. One. Well, I think we need 4 more centre backs to get into that situation where we can compete on a regular basis, and we've got sufficient cover to rotate and keep the legs fresh on the players. And immediately somebody in the comments went, you're so delusional saying we're going to get 4 centre-backs this transfer window. It's like, no, I didn't say that. You're just literally taking that argument a step further to something I wasn't even suggesting. And it's like I know people doing that all the time. It's like they've got to find a fault with what you're saying so they can just say, shoot you down, and like, no, you're not like that. And the words delusional and toxic come in immediately.
Or bully. This is a new one that's been rolling around the Spurs Twitter and YouTube communities, calling people bullies. Like, if I argue with somebody, I'm not being a bully. Right? Like, if I disagree with you, I'm not being a bully. Right? If I think that your opinion is poor, I'm not being a bully. These words have meaning, people. Right? Like, me getting in a debate with, me calling someone out on their bullshit is not being a bully, right? A bully is a person who picks on somebody weaker than them, right? And harms them emotionally and physically, right? If I'm not bringing this name to call him out, but I'm saying if David Harris is on a show and I disagree with his opinion and I type something in the comments, that's not being a bully. It's disagreeing with what he said on the show, right? That's how debate works. And that's the problem with society these days, is that if you disagree with somebody, that somebody, like, and a lot of the times it's guys in the chat, it's probably most likely younger guys, and they like this particular influencer, and that's what we all are, believe it or not. If you're if you have a YouTube channel and you have more than 1,000 followers on social media across any platform, you are by definition a nano influencer. You influence people's opinions. That's what we do. And if people like me and they see somebody else talking shit about me in the chat, they'll jump to my defense. Please don't. Like especially if I'm there. If I'm not there, maybe just let me know about it. But if I'm in the chat, like, I appreciate it. It makes me feel that people respect me, but I need to be defending myself, right, from those things, not other people. And it's just weird that, like, I can say, you know what, I don't think Jack Kanicki is good at explaining stats, and the chat will explode. You don't know what you're talking about, Will. He's a stat genius. Blah blah blah. I just said an opinion. Right? I don't think that he knows what he's talking about when it comes to those things. I don't. Like, I think it's comical that people call him the stat guy. From somebody who actually knows what they're talking about when it comes to stats, I find it comical. Right? But that's my opinion. It's my opinion. And to go at me and say I'm being a bully for simply stating my opinion, I'm not bullying Jack. I don't follow Jack around. I don't take his lunch money. Right? I don't punch him in the face and steal his shoes. I'm not being a bully. I'm not. That's not what a bully has an actual context. It's me being honest. Right? I'm sure that in a one-to-one, man-to-man situation, I'm sure Jack is a perfectly nice guy. I just don't agree with his opinions on the way he analyzed stats. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with being honest and saying that? What damage have I caused him?
Yeah, I mean, could also argue that it doesn't really matter, does it? Because
people say it about me all the time. I don't care.
He can make a show with enough knowledge of the stats to do something interesting with them. Even if you don't agree with them, lots of people will think, oh yeah, that's a good point, or there's a talking point arises from it, or something that he can compare and make a good show out of. And I think he does that.
Yeah, it's entertaining.
I will agree though, because you are almost obsessive level. Check the stats, check the facts. It's what you do. It's what you get great enjoyment out of, quite clearly. And you'll go into
not really.
You always tend to go into a depth of analysis on the stats that you don't see most mainstream football YouTubers go into.
Well, I think for me it's because I have a history. I have a history of that, right? So I've been doing that for a job. I've been, whether in some form or another, where it's either financial or market analysis, intelligence analysis. I've been an analyst for, how old am I now? 42, almost. I've been an analyst. Can't speak today. An analyst for almost 20 something years. So it's easy for me to correlate data. That's just what I have to do in every aspect of my life, is to analyze stuff. So I just haven't had the luxury to be able to sit there from 30,000 feet and just be. Right? I just don't work that way. So for me, that's why it's not that I go to the stats because it's not like I sit at home and look at, oh, who's the top goal scorer today, right? Like I don't do that. But what I do is I watch the games and I have an opinion. I think I have a fairly good eye when it comes to watching the game and identifying talent. And then because one, my accent, and then two, my relative newness, 2 years ish of calling into these types of shows. I think I'm in my 22 month or 21 month anniversary for the time that I've been when I first started calling into We Are Tottenham TV. That I have to, in order to be respected, right? Because the first thing when somebody disagrees with my opinion is, you're a Yankee, you're an American, you don't know nothing about football.
It's the easy way out, isn't it?
Yeah. And so, in order to overcome that, I had to be. But go back to We Are Tottenham TV back in the day, when I would come on a show, I didn't talk about stats. I just talked about what I thought. But when I saw in the comments that people are like, "Fuck this wanker, Yankee doesn't know fucking blah blah blah," can't believe I'm listening to an American talk about football.
I'm sorry about that, Will. I'd had a few.
Yeah, but that's okay. But what it made me say was, okay, that's fine. I have thick skin. I'm not going to go and cry about it, but I'm going to prove you all wrong, right? And it took a lot. I had to dig deep. So when I have an opinion, Sean asked me a very good question one time. He said, what comes first, the chicken and the egg? Do you go look for the stats and make your opinion, or do you have an opinion and then use the stats to back it up? I have an opinion and you have the stats to back it up. I watched Brian Hill, right? Because you ever notice, whenever I make a comment, it's usually an opinionated first. It's usually not da-da-da-da-da-da, stat. This is my opinion. I'll say the opinion, and then when people say, what are you on about? Then the stats come in, right? It's like, okay, you're saying I'm wrong. I'm not, and here's why. Right? Let me pull out get my analysis hat out, gather all the pertinent data that applies to that opinion, and then use that as the justification for my opinion. So that's all I use stats for, is a justification. If nobody ever questioned me, which I don't want that to happen. That's boring. I like it when people question me. I love debating. Like, debating is something that I love to do.
That's for sure.
People don't realize I will be on a stream for 2 or 3 hours debating you guys, and then I'll go someplace else and debate religion, politics, and something else for 4. Right? Like, I love to debate. Debating for me, it's intellectually stimulating. And when people get me,
isn't that quite a common thing in the US sort of upbringing? You'll have like debate teams in high school and things like that.
Yeah, debate team in high school. Yeah,
that's, to me, that's a strange concept. Certainly in my experience, we wouldn't have anything like that. You might have like a chess club or, football club, cricket club, something like that. But debating, no, it's like at the same when I was growing up this country, that cheerleading, unheard of. It's things that are starting to catch on now. That it's been the norm in the US for almost since the formation of the country, it seems. But it's yes, it's interesting that you get that high school experience of preparing yourself for debate. The sort of the rules of engagement, if you like, because it's become a sort of formal thing that you can take part in. And like I said, for myself, that's a foreign concept. So I meet you for the first time, I'm thinking, I don't like Will. What's his problem? And it's because I worked it out, and then it's because I realised you've been goaded into the point where you're on the defensive at the point I start talking to you. So you're in your sort of survival debate, reason with everything, question everything that's being thrown at you. So I come unprepared for that, and like you're in the middle of your A game, and I'm thinking, Christ, what's this guy's problem?
You caught me in RoboCop mode, right? So, but that happens because I have to, and there's people will just say things sometimes, and like you said it earlier, and I appreciate it, that if you're gonna come out and say an opinion, like, so this is the thing that bothers me. Like me and Stell we'll get in debates sometime, but we rarely get in debates. To be honest, I don't think I've had really that many debates with you either. When people say their opinion, I don't have problems with people having an opinion. Like, for example, Stelios thinks that Matt says is a fraud. It's just his opinion, but people get so triggered by it. Like, people, if you have an opinion nowadays, people get so triggered by opinions that you feel like you gotta block it. Do I think Matt's a fraud? No. Do I think that he's necessarily accurate with everything that he? That's the problem. People who tend to use the wrong words when saying things. This will happen. They use very decisive words, right? That they shouldn't be using, right? Like, should be using probably, likely, rumored to. Right? If you're choosing your words wisely, then you won't be getting called a fraud, right? But when you start saying things like, we have agreed personal terms, and then those personal terms, or that signing never comes to fruition, you've got mud on your face, right? At that point, right? You can't be definitive unless you know for a fact, right? And that's why I don't make definitive claims unless I know for a fact. Like when I say Sun is the most clinical left-winger in the world, I know that for a fact, right? It's a fact. It's goal to shoulder top ratio, blah, blah, blah. Also, it's a fact. Those are facts. They happened in reality. Right? They are not arguable. Right? If you define clinical as the person who has the best conversion rate, misses, right, for the most shots on target, hit the back of the net, and convert most of their chances. If that's how you define clinical, then you can't dispute it. It's not debatable. Right? Now you could debate other things.
That could be disputable because you can question how those stats were derived, and then it's another level of analysis you have to sort of question, like XG, for example, the determination of that. You could say there's a lot of variables that go into that. So one person's XG isn't directly comparable to somebody else's XG because circumstances are different. It's only a guideline. So I think there is flexibility to argue with some of that when you
in analytics, sure. So
Yeah.
like XG is an analytic, right? There's a subjective nature to it. But a statistic isn't an analytic. And I think people get those two confused a lot of the time.
I'm with you.
Yeah, so a statistic is goal scored, right? That goal happened, right? Well, I don't think it was a goal. No, it counted. It went on the scoreboard. It's a goal. You could argue whether it crossed the line all the way or not, right? That's something you could debate. You can't debate that it was given as a goal. It was given as a goal. That counted. That's a statistic, right? So, for example, shot on target. That's a demonstrable thing, right? If it's inside the posts, it's a shot on target. And if you take the number of his shots on target, which is a factual number, you can't debate that. You divide that by the number of goals scored, and you see who scores the most per shot. That's math. It's not debatable. Now, XG is a debatable thing. That's why the only thing I ever use with XG is goals minus XG, because now I'm using a fact in conjunction with an analytic, right? So it's a different conversation for me. So like percentages aren't debatable. They just are. Hard number. Now I can create a narrative based on cherry picking statistics, right? That fits my bias, right? That's possible, but the data doesn't do that. It's not the stats that do that. It's the person who's portraying the picture that does that. And then what we need to do is we just argue and rebut each other about how we're applying that data to our premise or argument, right? Your argument, for example, like if Cody Mack says these stats are da-da-da-da-da-da, and I say, no, you're wrong because those stats should be used da-da-da-da-da-da. Now we're arguing how those statistics are applied, not the factuality of them, right? Number is what the number is. Just a matter of, but in an analytic like XG and stuff like that, that's more of there is subjective criteria. Now there are still criteria, so you can have subjectivity in a criteria. For example, if I say a beautiful woman is any woman who has brown hair, is between 5'2" and 5'8", weighs less than 145 pounds, and that's my definition
34, 26, 34.
Yeah, that's my definition of beautiful. Okay, now I've set a criteria, so I can objectively move other people in and out of that category, right? That's what all XG is, but it's still I've set the criteria. So your criteria for beautiful could be completely different than mine. You could like people that weigh 160 pounds or people that like 30 pounds. Like your criteria, the criteria is what's this, but once I've set that criteria and I've defined that criteria, it's now objective whether a person meets that or not, because in order to meet that criteria, they have to fulfill certain BS, right? So certain things, but that's just the difference. And that's why for me, when people talk about things, or like, that's why it bothers me when people say, oh, stats, blah blah, they don't show the real game. No, they do. Stats show exactly what they show. How I apply that can be faulty, right? How I administer those things to my argument can be wrong, but then my argument's wrong, not the stats, right? My argument is fallacious, not the stats. So but Expected girlfriends. That's right. Expected girlfriend. We got Sonny in the club. Dropping on the dubs. You see that picture on Twitter?
No,
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Apparently Sonny was in the London club and or a club. I don't know if it was in London or if it was in Seoul. But all these Korean girls surrounding him. People were making a big deal about it on Twitter this week.
Without seeing the picture, I'll probably have to say lucky man.
Yeah, he was a lucky man. Although it's really fun. There's like 5 or 6 again, see, I hear this a lot too, and that's not necessarily the case. Right. The eye test can tell you the why, but stats can also tell you the why. It just depends on the argument. Right? Why is Sun so clinical? How can the eye test explain that why? Stats can explain it.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. You've got to start looking at those stats, basically boiling down the amount of shots taken to the amount of goals scored. That'll be the most basic analysis of that's the most basic factual information you can apply to it straight away, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of course, it's far more complex than that, and like you said,
there's always nuance.
Then there's the analytics.
Yeah.
That's where you can start getting the errors in there. So in a way, you could say this one I always had the problem with when it comes to the stats argument on evaluating how well a player performs, because it will always become subjective at some point. There are certain things that say Harry Kane did that you can't give you could give a value to it. If he pulls, like, say, against Manchester City, I think we had this discussion at the time about Sonny's contribution compared to Kane's, and I was saying, how would you statistically show Kane's ability to pull Diaz out of position at the correct time to allow Sonny that run through on goal? And even if you do show that statistically, what value do you have on it being Diaz compared to being Laporte, for example?
I think there's nuance, and I agree with you. I think that off the ball movement is something that isn't appreciated not only by statistical analysis, but also by the eye test analysis. I think a lot of people miss, for example, they talk about Kane's creativity. Without Son's run, that creativity leads to a turnover, to loss of possession. It doesn't go anywhere. So you can't say it's all Kane, and that's what bothers me a little bit, because people will say it's all Kane. Kane carries the team. Kane does this. Kane creates this. If Son doesn't finish it, Kane's creativity doesn't look near as good as it does, right? Because the success rate of it is pretty average, 60%, right? So 60% of the time, those creative passes are connecting with a Spurs player, right? 40% of the time they're not. And then you partner that with Son's clinicalness, right? Conversion rate, and it makes Harry Kane look really, really good. Right? But it is good. Both are good. But without Son, Kane doesn't get Playmaker of the Year when he got Golden Boot and Playmaker of the Year. Without Son Heung-min, that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. You put anybody else who has goals. Sonny's goal to shot on target conversion rate is something like 0.6. So it's like for every, or 0.4 or something like that. Anyway, it's really, really high. For every, if say you brought in a striker or a winger who had a conversion rate of 0.2 for goals per shot on target, Kane's assist level drops in half. He ends up not winning it, right? So those are things that are very important. Off the ball movement, that's what the eye test before, and then we can have a debate about who's this, about that. But I've never once ever things like that. I agree, they need to be talked about more. But I think it's just because you notice, like, if we're having an argument like that, I tend to agree with people on it, right? Kane's off the ball movement, Son's runs off the ball. those things, I tend to listen, give my opinion, and that's usually not what it is. It's usually, this guy's shit, or he needs to be benched because he hasn't scored in 2 games, or blah blah. Like, those are the conversations that I tend to insert myself in.
Oh yeah.
But
we got
being subjective, the
thug life shades on from that one.
The off the ball stuff, we only get a snippet of that watching it on television.
Yeah.
Not going to games, we don't see all the off the ball movement. You know, Son could be making runs for Kane, and we only see Kane, you know, about to play the ball out to him.
Yeah, and that's the thing for me is for stat wise. That's what it's. I really don't like them, to be honest with you. It's not like I'm out there I'm watching the games, I'm listening to podcasts, I'm listening to opinions, and it's usually like, especially say somebody I respect says something, and I'm like, I don't see that. I don't think that's right. Then what do? I go to look at the stats, right? Then I pull out my Holy Trinity stat of the stat Bible and go to work, right, to find the answer. Like, for example, we were linked, I think, today with some guy for like £6 million or something like that, a striker out of Germany. People were saying that he's a bargain. So I look at the guy's name, I look up his stats. He was injured for like 9 months. He's been playing for like 2 years. He was bought for £3 million and has scored 21 goals in like 40 something appearances. So you take an average, right? 0.5 goals per game is average, below that basically. So not even a goal every other game, but let's say a goal every 300 minutes, plus being injured for a long period of time, and one really long period of time, and then multiple injuries afterwards. With 1 year, 2 years left on his contract, £6 million if they bought him for 3, it's about right. It's not a bargain. It's what the guy's worth. And people got so upset. And I'm like, he doesn't even play for Tottenham. You're upset because I said he wasn't a bargain. Like, a bargain for me is 50% off. Right? Like, you got to be 50% or better to be a bargain. Right? Like,
it ties in with the conversation I've been having recently quite a lot. Why do you think Spurs fans, as a whole, and we're all guilty of this in some way at some point when in a player's career, you get emotionally attached to a certain player. You just like him. There might not be any reasoning for it. There might not be the stats match.
Dele Alli, I love Dele Alli.
That's a good one, for example.
Yeah.
Why do you think we've got this habit of trying to find a reason to hang on to this player at all costs, as opposed to just being a little bit ruthless and saying, you know what, thanks for what you have done, it's not working out anymore, we need to move on, we want to win things.
It's sentimentality.
I see that more and more.
I think it's
nowadays.
more than that. I think we attach our identities to it. So, for example, if we attach our identities to a player, and then we make comments. For example, if we come out and we say, Brian Hill, oh, what a great signing, he's good, in this public social media sphere, if we make that opinion public, right, and then it doesn't happen, we kind of have to then admit that we got egg on our face, right? If you're honest, and when you're not, then you gotta fight a battle that you don't necessarily believe to be true yourself. Like, I can't imagine that anybody I get into a debate about Brian Hill honestly believes that he's gonna be a good player, right? There's just gotta be, just some people just can't let it go. And I think, like, for me, so for like, there are players I like Lucas Moura, right? But I know he's statistically, I don't have a reason. I just like the way he smiles. I like his attitude. He's not a great footballer. So I just don't. Now, am I gonna come out and say he's the best player, we should sign him, why, blah blah? No, I'm just gonna not have an argument about it. I just don't bring it up, right? Like, I'm just not gonna bring it up. How many times have you heard me bring up Lucas Moura? Not very many times. I like him. I like his attitude. I like his willingness to play for the team. I like team players personally. I was a team player growing up, right? I would die for the team, right? The coach wanted me to sit, I sat, right? Like, I have enough internal retrospect. Even my own kids, I do this, dude. Like, if my kid is guest playing on a team at an upper level and the game's close and the coach wants to win, right? I even tell my own son, if you're injured, get off the field because you hurt the team. Right? Like, if you really are hurt and you can't run, put your hand up and get yourself off the pitch, because you being at 50% is hurting the overall level of the team. You don't need to be trying to play through an injury on the pitch, especially if the game's close, right? Like, we got to win. We want to win. Get yourself off. Put your arm up. Let the coach know you're injured, right? Get yourself subbed out. And he doesn't like that, or people think that's harsh. You're telling your own kid to get off the pitch? Yeah, I am. If he's hurt and he can't run anymore, and he's negatively impacting the team and needs to get off the field, like, it's just the way I'm just a weird individual like that, and it's, not a lot of people can have that retrospective, and a lot of people who get, oh, why are they taking my kid off? Now, there's sometimes when that's justified. For example, there are times when I think players should be playing and they're not. Like when Eric Lamela used to start over Son. A lot of the times in the 18, 19, 17, 18 seasons used to piss me off. Because there was no reason to be playing Eric Lamela over Son Heung-min. I do have one more friend in the back. It's been a while since he's been on the show. You guys know him. And you love him. Straight from the land of the Little Green Men. Aaron Dubb is in the house.
Well, I don't know where to pick up off that, man. Apart from the beautiful little idle door, here we go. But if it was, sorry, just hello to Collie in the chat there. I see you popped in.
And don't ever. My dad is not here. Okay, my dad's not here.
All right.
Don't call me
Bill. He called you Bill.
Yeah, I'm not. My name's not Bill. My name's Will.
It's Wilfred.
That's right.
So
Bill is my dad's name.
If we're going to go back to, I missed a bit of that, but if we were talking about the German player, the player from the German league,
Stuttgart.
If you're talking, I thought you meant Daichi Kamada.
No,
because we've been linked with Daichi Kamada. Now I don't buy into any speculation. I don't even fucking read the papers, right?
No.
During
I'm talking about who's this guy? I made a tweet today. Kalajdzic.
Kalajdzic.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, what did you make it? Now I know we're
not even saying. I just asked, why is this a bargain? You have to be worth more than the price for it to be a bargain. That was my only point. Like, I just don't think it's a bar. They were saying it's a bargain. It's a bargain. But when you look at the player, yeah, he's tall. I'm tall. Maybe that's like people see 6'6" and they think that's impressive. Well, I'm dang near 6'6". For me, that's normal.
Dude,
it's not a benefit.
Dude, I see 6'6" and I see I'm gonna nutmeg you, pal. I'm gonna put the ball through your legs, man, all day long. Sorry, mate, but height isn't an issue in football, man. You can be all various heights, and that's the beauty of football, man. It ain't basketball,
Yeah, but I don't know, man. My 14-year-old, who's far more technically advanced than I can never nutmeg me. I think it's when you're tall, you have more awareness.
14, man.
No, but he's like, he wouldn't be able to nutmeg. I've seen him turn on college players. Like he can play against grown men at 14, but he can't nutmeg me, because I think it was when you're tall, because you hit yourself on things a lot, you tend to have a little bit more of an awareness about your body parts. For example, multiple people have attempted to kick me in the nuts and never succeeded, not once. I've never been.
I can kick 6'8" still, and I'm 48, mate. But anyway, there you go.
But no, I'm just saying, like, I don't know what it is. It's like this sixth sense of something. Like, you could be walking at a door, not paying attention, and all of a sudden go, whoosh. Like, you just have this, because you've whacked your head on so many things. You just have this kind of like subconscious, like your senses around your eye, your your extremities because they're long and lanky and hit things. Like my dad's 6 foot and he whacks his head on everything, dude. He's always got on his ball. He's always got some kind of cut or scar from where he's hit his head. And I'm 6'5" and I don't. So it's just, it's weird. I can't explain it. I don't have any stats for this one, but.
Sorry, to the guy who said you ain't no Bruce Lee. I've studied jiu-jitsu, Wadaru, Shaolin Kempo, various different martial arts, and I can still kick to a high height. Okay, so Muay Thai. I've lived all over Asia, and this was my sport. One of the sports that I studied. Okay, so
it's not about height, though. It's not about height. It's literally my reflexes. I immediately reflex on things. Like, there was one time when I got in a fight with these guys. They were driving by in a car. Somebody flipped us off. We were like 16, 17. And flipped them off back or whatever. They followed me into my neighborhood. Well, it was just me and my friend. And this was like a car full of kids, right? So we were getting to his house. He had like this little Cardinals memorabilia baseball bat, which is like those little like memorabilia bats. It's not even a bat. It's more like a wooden stick. A dowel, like a dowel rod, but it's shaped like a bat. And I grab it from the floorboard of the car. I jump out of the car with it kind of still rolling, and he just drives off and leaves me there. So now it's me and this carload of kids, right? 5 dudes run out of this car and they're running at me. And the guy's first mode is to kick me in the nuts. Just caught his leg in between my legs and just wrapped him across the face of the bat. Everybody else stopped running. He was on the ground, and then I said, take your buddy, go home, or I'm going to take at least 2 or 3 more of you you'll be in the same situation as your buddy is. And they grabbed him and they left. But I'm just saying, I just have this weird thing where like I can literally be walking towards doorways, especially living in Korea. Maybe it's because I lived in Korea for 13, and you know how the door frames are in Korea. They're a lot shorter than they are in Western culture. I think our average is like 7 feet, 6 foot 8 inches, something like that. In Korea, you can have doorways that are like 6 foot tall, 6.5 foot tall. The coming downstairs, the way that the next stair level comes from the other one. When you get to certain places, I'm having to duck and dive. So when I just have this weird sense where I'm not focusing on it, but if I see something in my peripheral vision or even up here, I just move out of the way. I don't know what it is. It's anecdotal.
Yeah, I'll big up Aaron, by the way. I haven't been on the stream with you for ages, mate.
Yeah, you too, Coops. Good to see you, man. And Shano as well, yeah.
Hey, good to see you, Aaron.
I think talking about the never been nutmegged thing, I never got nutmegged when I was playing football either. It's something you tend to get as soon as you got the knack of it. You realise how simple it is when it comes to football in that respect. If your reflexes are good enough, you just look at the ball. You do not look at what the legs are doing. You wait for the ball to move. That's the only bit that matters.
Yeah.
If you're doing that, you don't get nutmegged. If your reactions aren't that good, you get beaten anyway. You're just going to get beaten no matter what happens. You just got bad reactions, mate. That's all there is to it. But I know what you mean about having that sixth sense about going into rooms. It's like having a sense for danger, full stop. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
And I think that sense heightens when you have kids. Because the first thing when our kids were very little, I would go into a room. Within 5 seconds, I've scanned everything. I've thought sharp edges, corners, electrical wires that can be grabbed, sockets that are exposed. I've clocked all of it in 5 seconds. Yeah. And it's just something you kind of do naturally soon after. You go into any room, you're aware of what's around head height that you can bang your own head on. You don't even have to think about it. It's there instantly. I think I know exactly what you mean, Will. It's just like a state of mind almost.
And I think it's because I've had to be aware, right? And I've had accidents where I've hit my head. For example, if people move, if they have a dining room table with a low-hanging chandelier and then they move their table, I may now hit my head on that chandelier because it's not in my spatial awareness. That's usually the only time I'll hit my head on things. The things where I know, where I've experienced before without even thinking, I just go. I just know. Like even now, sometimes I'll see that the table's been moved, and I'll just immediately. You just see tall people ducking a lot. I mean, there's things in Korea were short, man. The buses were so short. If I had to stand up on a bus, sometimes I was having to stand like this, like, because I couldn't even stand straight up, like the roof of the bus. I had to stand like this, just to even fit in the thing. But yeah, it's just the spatial awareness that you get. And so, like for me, with my son, because my son likes to dribble the football around the house, and he'll hit you. He'll try to meg you. Like I could be cooking dinner or something, and he'll just kick footballs under him, trying to in between my legs. But as soon as I hear that sound, first thing I do is one of my legs gets closer to the other one, and I just block it. Like I don't even, it just happens.
Will, can you invite Ben KC onto the stream, please?
Everybody's welcome.
He just seems to have a vendetta against me. I don't know.
I think it's a vendetta. I think he's just.
I've never even seen his name before, but yeah. Yeah. Hey, Ben, KC, come on, man.
But no, we're just talking about senses. These are things that happen. These are things that players have. Some players have these senses. That's what a footballing IQ is, right? When you, like Kuva said, when you're looking at a ball instead of the man, right? Then the fact that he's really good at dropping his shoulder and going the other way is irrelevant, because the ball is going where the ball goes. Right? Now you can do some elasticos and stuff, different tricks with the ball. They can help on that as well. But I mean, it's just like with basketball. You learn that, right? I learned to look at a man's hips, right? Because it's easy to move a shoulder, but if you're going to look at if you're looking at the belly button, the hips, it's hard. You can't really juke and jive with that and actually move in an athletic way. Your hips are pretty much going to go where they go, right? If your hips are opening up this way, the ball is pretty much going to go that way. If you go across your own body, across the angle of your hips, your center of gravity, the shot you take is going to be half as strong as the shot you take to where your center of gravity is focused. These are just things that you learn when you play sports at a high level, right? Like for me in basketball, when I played basketball, it was look at their belly button, right? You can dribble all day, all you want, with this part, doing this, moving the ball here, moving the ball there. They weren't going anywhere the belly button wasn't going, right? That's just the nature of.
But isn't that the nice thing about football, that you get most of it? You're looking at the ball at your feet. You're looking around you. You got your peripheral vision. You're taking everything in. You're looking to spread a pass, or do I duck and dive? Do I go this way? Do I go that way? That's why I love football. It combines all different aspects of so many different sports. It's But I look, Will, I'm sorry, mate. I don't think height is necessarily an advantage when it comes to the football. I don't think it's relevant.
It is relevant. It's just like strength. Just like speed is relevant. Strength is relevant.
Mate, no. But okay, all right, Will. You're the stat guy, right? Now, apart from crouch,
are you just mad because you're short, Aaron? Is that what it is?
I'm 6 foot, mate. I'm 6 foot. Okay, is that short? I'm not as tall as you.
I mean, you're short to me, but not. No, normally 6 foot would not be short.
No, all right. So
but height is an advantage. You can't say it's not.
Yeah, but okay. How many, apart from Crouch and that other Dutch guy who was like Yanker, I think it was his name, who were 6'7"? There hasn't really been that many guys, of that height that were successful footballers.
Successful footballers?
You go
what are you talking about? Most center backs and goalkeepers are that height.
No, they're not. They're
yes, the average height for a center back is 6'3.5". That's the average.
Okay. For a center back? All right.
Yeah. Average height for a goalkeeper is 6.3.
Well, we've just signed
the average.
We've just signed a 6'3" goalkeeper, by the way, from St. Patrick's Athletic from Ireland. He's 19 years old, played through the UC 16s, 17s, 18s. It seems to have gone under the radar, but I've looked into his background. His name's Josh Healy and has a lot of potential. But again, I hate the word potential, but no, I mean, in certain positions, height is an advantage.
It's not just certain positions, though. But I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna just, if you look at the change in height in team sports, even in the United States, the average height in the NFL back in the 1960s was something like 6 foot tall. The average height now in the NFL, it's like 6'4". Because there is an advantage when you have the athletic ability. Most of the time, tall people have, I know, an awkwardness, a clumsiness. But if you're 6'6" and athletic, you're not clumsy, you're not awkward. Your mechanics, your body mechanics work well. You have an advantage over somebody who's 6 foot. It's just physics.
But these are anomalies. These are like Usain Bolts, mate. They're not
right, but
regular.
The NBA and the NFL are filled with those anomalies now. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's an advantage. That's why you see players even in football, the average height, even in football has increased. So you can't say height isn't an issue. Otherwise, the average height wouldn't be an issue.
I'm just saying it's not necessarily it's an advantage.
It is an advantage. It's absolutely an advantage.
All right. So Messi, so Messi, if he was 6'6", he'd be a better player.
No.
All right. Maradona, about what, 5'8"?
If Messi had his same abilities, right? His benefits now is a lower center of gravity. He's able to move past people because his shoulders are low, right? That's why he's able to do what he does in the way that he does it. Right? Messi doesn't do a whole lot of flips and tricks. Messi's a very straightforward player. It's a lot of drops to the shoulder and then quick bursts of speed. There are benefits to that. Taller people tend to take a little bit longer to get into full pace most of the time. That's consistent. But if you're saying if you had Michael Jordan's athletic ability in Messi's body, yes, that Messi would be better than 5'7" Messi. 100%. Number of headers.
I think you could apply it to a football comparison. If you compare Messi and Ronaldo, CR7 Ronaldo, I would argue that Messi is a more gifted natural footballer. CR7's very gifted, obviously, but Messi is just that little bit more elite at the silky skills, the low center of gravity, the amazing little turn he does, the dribbling. But CR7 makes up for it because he does have that height and physique advantage, and he scores a lot more goals due to his physical build. So I would say that there is an advantage to it, but it obviously doesn't make you automatically better.
It doesn't make you automatically better at all, right? But like for example, Messi wouldn't have the same abilities. I realize that if Messi was that tall, he wouldn't have the same abilities. I know that, right? I'm saying if he is that tall, because this is what I'm talking about. The average height in football altogether has increased over the years. The average height in all sports has increased over the years. If you can find those diamonds in the rough, the way the nutrition is now in training, all that stuff, what I'm saying is you have athletes like Alvin Iverson, right? Muggsy Bogues back in the day, 5'7". He's a freak as far as skill and ability. Like to be 5'7", 5'8", and be able to play in the NBA, you have to be a monster. But is he going to be able to stomp and beat people? Like as far as dribbling, getting in past people, coming in and out, is he going to be able to overtake people that are 6'6", 6'8" in that game and just as quick and just as fast and stronger than him and taller than him? No, it's an advantage, right? If I'm just as quick as you, if I'm just as agile as you, but I'm 10 inches taller than you, that's an advantage. Because now I can do things in the air that you physically cannot do. You can't climb on a ladder.
Well, the average height of in Ireland, I'll just use Ireland as an example, right? My dad's I know he's about 5'6", right? I'm 6 foot. My nephews are 6.2. This is down to nutrition. It's because of nourishment. Because my dad didn't have food when he was a kid. And I think this is why you see the average height of players going up. And also down to science, also down to the medicine that these guys are taking. I mean, I've tried to suggest a debate about usage of steroids in sport, but nobody wants to go near it before. I have my theories about Ronaldo, and I have my backup evidence. But it's not that's irrelevant to height, I know. But if you look at it, just take.
Right, but hold on, I hear what you're saying. But if your point was correct, right, then the average height of a footballer would match the average height of a population. Doesn't, right? So, for example, if the average height of a population is 5'10", which is like what, 175 centimeters, 178, 76, then the average height of a footballer would be that as well, because the generation is the same. But the average height of a Premier League footballer is 183 centimeters, which is over 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2".
183 is 6 foot dead on.
So 183, yeah. So it says here that this is much taller than the world average height of 5'9". Yeah, so 183 or just under 6 feet in height. This is much taller than the worldwide average of 5'9" for men. The Premier League average for the 2019-2020 season was 183 centimeters. So that you're what, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4 inches taller than the average height for men in a population. So that means that there's an advantage to being taller. That's average. Right. You got guys that are 5'6", 5'7", 5'8" that bring that average way down from the guys that are 6'6". There's an advantage to being tall. There is in boxing, any sport. There's an advantage to being taller, bigger.
Well, boxing's about a longer reach and your upper body power and leg movement. Okay,
same soccer, football.
I think in general, overall, the height of the general public has gone up.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree with you, Shane. I totally agree with you, mate.
I think especially in countries like Japan, because they're always such
Korea
a
as well.
Yeah, it was such a heavily seafood diet before World War II. After World War II, the Americans came in. They brought in all the dairy, the beef. Beef became a regular thing. That's definitely it's quite obvious. It's affected Japan. Instead of being renowned for having lots of very relatively short people to other nations, they start shooting up. You get some very tall Japanese players.
Korea's are that way too. The average height has gone up significantly. For example, when I lived in Korea, I lived there for 13 years. I wear a size 14 shoe, which in Korean size, I want to say is something like, I can't remember. It's like a ridiculous number, but they didn't have it. I had to order my shoes from the US and have them shipped over. Like, you couldn't, unless I wanted to wear basketball shoes, bought at a store, like fake Jordans, bought at some copy shop in Itaewon. I couldn't get shoes. They don't make them.
I love Itaewon, by the way, mate. I love Itaewon, and I agree everything that Kuba just said about Japanese people. Obviously, I spent a lot of time there and a family there, in both Korea and Japan. And I was surprised the first time I went to Japan that I wasn't it wasn't like when I was in Thailand, where it was kind of, my head was a level or I was looking over everybody. It almost felt like, in terms of height, not arrogance. But don't misinterpret that. But in Japan, I was normal height for the younger generation. So yeah, I think it's down to nutrition. A lot of it, it's down to your diet.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why it matters, though. Oh, okay. Steak in the background.
Hang on, I'll just quickly before we do. Evening, Alex. I was going to say, you're talking about height being an advantage, Will, and then he just said you couldn't get shoes to fit, so it wasn't an advantage there, was it?
Yeah, no, there are definitely disadvantaged things to it. For example, knee issues.
How can you play football with size 14 feet, Will? Come on, man.
Steve buy boots.
Remember Steve Nicol? Steve Nicol.
Go buy boots.
He had size 14s.
It's easier to chip a ball. It's got more surface area.
You go to the store and you buy more boots. That's what you do. Right?
To KCUFUOY in the chat, yes, the average height in Japan is still pretty low because they have a very old population. So you're taking an average, okay? I'm sure if you took if you did your average based on the younger generation, you would find it's a lot higher. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but you're looking at the same span over time, though, right? So you have to understand that with the population, if you're looking at the average increase in height in football over, say, the last 50 years, it's going to, I would say there's probably a larger separation than the average height in population over the last 50 years for a country, right? So if you're doing that in England, it's a different thing, right? Because like even now, like there's, and I think that the reason why you're seeing that is because, and I can tell you from my own experience from having a son who's not necessarily tall. He's kind of tall now after he's had his first growth spurt, so he's 5'9" right now. He when he was younger and he was smaller because he's half Asian. And my wife is not very tall. She's 5'4", 5'5". The coach, the bit on the better teams, the more competitive youth soccer gets, the more coaches are bringing into the academies players who are bigger, stronger, and faster. If you're tall, if you're going to be 6'5", 6'4", 6'3", you're going to be a bigger kid. It's just the way that it works. So coaches now in the academy systems are scouting kids who have the genetics to be competitive at a younger age, which allows them to be taller at an older age. Because that's just a fact. It is. Little kids, if I'm taller, I can run faster, stronger. I can be more physical. Now there are exceptions, but it's any team, any youth team that you look at. It's not 11 little guys. It's one little guy who's got this crazy little thing that he can do, and the rest of them are big. Messi's an outlier. He's not the norm. We got to stop. To be a good footballer right now, professionally, you got to be at least 6 foot tall. Right? I'm talking good to elite. Harry Kane, Heung-min Son, Ronaldo. Right? Most every player who is we consider elite is over 6 foot tall.
Okay, well, if Gaza, Ozzy, or Delays...
I'm not wrong, Ben. I'm not wrong.
Well, if Gaza or Ozzy or Delays were playing now,
different era.
Okay, but do you think they would still be as good players as we remember them, or do you think that they wouldn't succeed now because of they were short?
If they were playing in a league that was significantly bigger, faster, and stronger than them, yes, they wouldn't be as good as they were then.
Maradona and Ozzy Delays.
Yeah, again, same. I don't care who it is. If they're playing in a league, it's just like with the NBA, right? If you go to the NBA and you grab out some legend from the early 1900s, right? 1950s, 1930s, 1960s, right? The way the game has changed. The game has changed. We all know the game's faster. The game's more physical. The game, not physical, I mean like the quality, the craziness of the tackles.
Science, yeah, the sports science.
They can't not. I mean, what I'm saying is the game has changed, right? When you go to just Google it, average height of a footballer in 1950.
Eat steak to be 6 foot.
But this directly correlates to the average height of the Western world and how it's increased.
It doesn't. It doesn't directly correlate.
I will make a counter argument to saying that those players from previous years won't be as effective today, because the likes of, say, take a Jimmy Greaves, exceptional footballer. He would scamper through teams like they weren't there, but he was playing in an era where defenders could kick you up in the air. They could stick their elbow in your face and get away with it. They could physically manhandle you, throw you to the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Nowadays, we're much tighter on the rules. They wouldn't get away with that. Jimmy Greaves would have a lot more freedom to do what he does best. And I think that would counter any sort of physical size advantage anybody had. I think because literally the rules have changed. It's not so much what I would say a man's game like it used to be. It used to be a case of you took one in the face and you just shake your head and get on with it. Now they're rolling around and they're looking for as if they've been murdered. The slightest touch, players are going down. and you get all the protection from the referee. Forwards getting cut down a few times. The players sent off, yellow cards very quickly. Back, the further you go back in history, the more you're allowed to get away with things. It's why you get players' nicknames, stuff like Ron the Chopper Harris. What's that? No, am I thinking of the wrong player now?
Chopper Harris, mate, Chelsea fucking legend.
You get nicknames like that because literally they would scythe you down if you had anything.
Razor Ruddock.
Razor Ruddock, yeah. Well, that was more a sort of bravado thing with him, really, wasn't it? But,
Vinnie Jones.
Funny.
Vinnie Jones, another legend.
Yeah, you could get away with this kind of crap more, but you can't get away with that today. So I think those particular sort of world-class players back then would thrive today because of that. Maradona, without being constantly having his ankles raked by defenders that are way below his skill level, it'd be amazing today.
Yeah.
KCUFUOY or whatever your name is, man, we're having a discussion, right? This isn't. We're all giving different opinions, okay? So you don't need to call me old pop, right?
Okay.
I'm 48. Sorry, Danny. Sorry, I didn't see you there, mate. I hope you're well.
Hope you're well as well.
How's it going, pal? What do you reckon? Shorter players or taller players?
Listen, I've come into this conversation blind. I have absolutely no clue what you're talking about.
Okay. The conversation is basically, would you say that players have an advantage now when they're taller, bigger players than a smaller player with the same sort of skill set?
I've got this right now. So Aaron made the claim that the rise in the height of athletes is tied to the height in the population. I have demonstrably proven that to be not the case, at least in the United States, and at least when it comes to basketball. The average height in the United States in 100 years ago was 5 feet 10 inches tall. Right? I'm sorry. 5 feet 7 inches. Okay. 5 feet 7 inches tall. Now it's 5 feet 10 inches. So that's a 3-inch increase over 100 years. The average height of an NBA basketball player has gone from 6'3" in 1950 to 6'8" in the year 2021. That's the average.
Yeah, but they need to make the basket a bit taller than, like, you know what I mean?
But what I'm saying, that's a 4-inch increase over 50 years for a 3-inch increase over 100 years in the population.
So you're saying what I'm saying? You're saying the average height of the population. Hey, Ellie, darling.
No, because this is a bar graph that goes up and up and up and up and up and up every year.
They need to hide in the basket, mate.
Where's Ellie?
This is mad Friday stuff, man. It's Friday night stuff.
I think probably basketball's the wrong sport to pick because it's so obvious that there's going to be an advantage in basketball if you're taller. Whereas football, different roles require different attributes, as we know. So you could really, if you did a football comparison, you'd have to look at, say, goalkeepers, central defenders, possibly centre forward. The other positions, the height is not such a prime requisite.
Well,
you got aerial battles. You have hold up play. You have aerial ability in the box, set pieces, goalkeeping. That's why the average height for a goalkeeper is one of the highest positions in the sport. Now each position, it's the same with basketball, right? Like, for example, it says here the average point guard in the 1950s was 5 foot 8 inches tall, and the average height for an NBA point guard today is 6 feet 2 1/4 inches. Right. So I don't
know what that position means.
Point guard is the guy in the front who's kind of like the quarterback. He dribbles the ball down and he plays the pace off. He doesn't really do. He's not the big guy.
Yeah, right. I was going to say that there used to be this image
more agile
with basketball. There'd be like several really tall ones and then one really speedy player. Is that's the all right. Okay.
The agile, the juke and jive, dribbling, moving. Even that now, the average is 6 feet 2 inches. So, for example, Michael Jordan played I think he played point guard or shooting guard, one of those two, and he was like 6'6". And the reason why he was so dominant is because he was that. The reason why Michael Jordan was a great player that did what he did is because he was so tall for that position, and he had the athleticism to play in that position. He was equally as agile, fast to the guys that were playing that were 6 foot. You know, the Isaiah Thomases and the Muggsy Bogues and the other point guards and shooting guards in that position at the time. But he was 6'6". Right? This is what made Michael Jordan. He was as good as them technically, but he was such a much a bigger physical specimen that he dominated from that position.
Well, I think it did make a huge factor in it. I just feel like it's not all of that Michael Jordan was.
No, I'm not saying. Okay, I'm not saying it's all what it is. I'm saying it's an advantage, right? It's a plus.
Oh,
If you have 15 boxes and you're checking them, and one of those boxes is height, and in order to check that box, you have to be 6'2", and you're not 6'2", you don't get to check that box.
Yeah.
Right.
I thought you were saying. I understood you were saying that that's all Michael Jordan had, and just because if he didn't have that, he wouldn't have been the player that he is.
Ben, if you want to say that I'm wrong, you have to show me why I'm wrong. You can't just say it, because otherwise you're just waffling.
Wait, but I don't understand this argument.
Aaron thinks that being tall is not an advantage.
It is.
Of course it is.
Of course it's an advantage.
I didn't say it wasn't an advantage.
You did too.
Mate, I said it's a disadvantage. It's not necessarily a quality. Height is not a quality, first of all.
No, you said it is not an advantage.
Just because you're tall does not make you necessarily a better footballer.
Rewind.
Football's played on the floor. It's not played. Okay, there's headers involved. I know that, depending on their position. But the best footballers are not. They're not 6'7". Come on, name me a player that's 6 foot. Over 6 foot, I don't know what, 4. That is
said shooting guard
regarded as the best footballer in the world ever in the history of football.
I agree.
I agree that 6'4", 6'6" is still very common now. It wasn't common then. That's the point.
Horses
I'm looking at the number.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think probably basketball's not the greatest example to use for comparison to football.
Use tennis. Or golf.
So you were talking about the greatest player of all time. I see Cristiano Ronaldo 6'2".
So it's like 6'4".
I think he's shrunk a bit though now. I think Ronaldo's about 6 foot now. Since he's got the Man United, he's lost 2 inches.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's just his knob, Ellie. That's just his knob.
Okay. Somebody likes to talk in the chat against actual data that you have to remember we're talking about American sport now, so they like to show their stats on that. So I'm going to share a screen here so Ben can realize that he's wrong, that I'm not wrong. Here is the average height in the NBA by position. If you notice, the black one here is point guard. Here, let me hide this little thing so you can see the key. When did Michael Jordan play? 90s, right? What was the average height? This is 6 foot here, 6'2", 6'3", 6'6". The average height in the 1991 was less than 6'2", and Michael Jordan is 6'6", all the way up here. This is the average height down here. This is Michael Jordan's height up here. Is he taller or not taller than the average point guard for his time? Much taller. Shooting guard, same thing. Call him a shooting guard, right? 6'2", 6'3". Michael Jordan's up here. You see here the trend. See how all these graphs are coming up? All these graphs are coming up. You're starting to see a dip here. I wonder what that's about. But other than that, foot to now being around 6'2". It's a 2-inch increase in that position. Right?
Oh yeah.
I don't know, Will. I don't know if I believe you. I might
You're
need
looking at it right
Galaxy
now, so unless you have
Talking
cognitive
inches
dissonance.
to a woman.
I need Universe Galaxy onto you to verify all of this.
Shooting
info,
guards, SGs in green, okay, which is what Jordan was. In 1991, the average was maybe 6'3". If this is a straight line from that, right? 1990s,
I'm
you're looking at maybe.
There, Will, but is this relevant to a conversation across different sports?
Sure.
You would have to have the data for say,
you can't
NFL as well.
You can't compare. You can't compare football to basketball. I mean, in football they run on average like above 10 kilometers a game. In basketball, I think it's only 5 kilometers. It's a completely, entirely different sport. Will you can't compare them.
How tall was, say, Wayne Gretzky? I think he's widely regarded one of the greatest ever ice hockey players. Isn't he fairly small bloke compared to most ice hockey players?
No, probably back then, yeah. But you're talking about outliers. You're talking about anomalies, right? Not the norm, right? Statistical outliers. For example, Lionel Messi at 5'7", being as impactful as he is, right? The norm is Brian Hill. If you're 5'7" and you weigh 140 pounds, the norm is you're not successful. The outlier is that you're successful. Right? These are outliers. Messi is a legend, right? He's not normal. He's an alien, right? The norm, the average, I'm talking about not the average like average players, but the norm across height is the majority of players we consider to be elite exceed 6 foot.
Oh, that's a bit controversial. If that's what the stats are showing, I don't see it. Because all the players I like are short.
Who?
Modric, Maradona.
Again, those
Messi.
are outliers.
Modric is tiny, you know.
Well, you said
Modric is not that small.
He's 5'8", 5'9", I think he
Will,
is.
you said all
Yes,
the
the
players
average.
Will, you said all the players that we consider elite are past 6 foot, right?
Defoe.
I said the majority.
Well, Son is 6 foot.
Son is actually 6'2".
Then Google's wrong.
Oh, this could be controversial.
No, I think Son is 6 foot.
Steak.
The tension.
184 centimeters.
6'1".
6'1" and 3/4. 185 centimeters is 6'2".
I promise you, if you look it up on Google, the first thing that comes up is 6 foot 0.
Let's go to FBref. They give actually to the half inch.
Hey, Queen
Anyway,
Ellie, too.
while you're doing that, I'll add other names to it. David Silva. What an incredible player. Zola. Incredible.
Bernard
Davinson
Silva.
Sanchez.
Bernardo Silva.
183 centimeters. That would put him at 6'1" and a half.
Vincent Janssen.
You're talking four players. I'm talking about the majority of players that we consider to be elite. If you were to pick a list of the top 200, I would say at least 51% of them would be over the height of 6 foot.
Yeah, I feel like people are not understanding the argument, because some people are saying it helps, like, right? It's a benefit to be tall, and some other people are saying it doesn't matter if you're tall. You could still be a great player, and I think both of those sides are correct. It's not like if you're short, you're never going to be a good player.
I never said that though.
There's less chance.
That's what I'm saying. But then the other point is that it helps, and it definitely does help. Height does help. I'm not sure. We're not really debating anything here. We're just telling each other the same thing, and then the other person says the other thing, and then the other person saying the other thing. Like,
if you really want to deep delve on the stats side of it, I'd like to see the comparison about acceleration when comparing a tall player to a shorter player, because then if you're a winger and it's your job to supply crosses, it would be more advantageous to be shorter and have better acceleration to get away from your player in the first 5 yards and get the cross off.
Yeah, but you could be a physical winger and you could just body your man and just put an across.
You could slap a few skills down and be the man, couldn't you? Yeah.
Yeah, just slap a steak across him.
Decky's the tall bloke, but he can beat the first man.
I mean, even that too is if looking at the height increase of sprinters, for example, it's gone up as well. It's
yeah, but that's say a 100-meter distance. I'm talking when you're only talking a very short distance. It's what made the likes of Aaron Lennon really stand out. It's because he'd explode over the first 5 yards.
Oh yeah.
Bigger players could not turn quick enough to keep up with it. Oh yeah.
He's good at exploding.
Absolutely. So, in depending on the role, that could be a huge advantage. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Perhaps what you disagree that having an acceleration advantage is useful for.
Here's a weird statistic that I just found when I was looking this up. That as a child, sprinting, when done consistently, can add up to 3 inches to your normal height.
Wow.
Oh,
I obviously didn't sprint.
Maybe that's a reason why athletes are increasing in height, is that because youth football, youth soccer, youth sports, football, baseball, basketball is far more competitive than it was 50 years ago. Right? Youth soccer, football, basketball, baseball. That because children are now doing high intensity training at an early age are increasing 3 inches in height for normal. Maybe that's what that would account for the height difference between the population and athletes.
It's genetics.
Oh.
It's genetics. It comes down to genetics.
Well, it's genetic. Yeah, go on.
Our genetic makeup has changed over the last 50 years, over the last 100 years, or 200 years. Go back to Roman times. I can bet that most Roman soldiers were only probably, 5'5", 5'6", where nowadays they'd be 6'6", 6'2".
Yeah.
Well, it's diet. I think it's diet, and there's a lot of things. But
There's a lot of factors, isn't there? There's a lot of
but I'm
factors.
talking about sports though. So I'm not necessarily talking about for example, running backs in the United States. If let's take the NFL for example, fairly short. In fact, the numbers for that particular position, running backs are shorter today than they were in 1970.
I think also, Will, when people marry other races as well, because in my family, my niece, she's married to a Jamaican guy, and he's tall. He's like 6'3", 6'4", and the kids are really tall. With Mediterranean people, we're not tall. We're quite short in comparison to Jamaican people. So that counts as well.
I just think that it depends on the benefits. For example, I think do I think that you have to be tall to be a good footballer? No, I'm saying if you're between the height of 6'1" and 6'4", for example, you have an advantage over the majority of other players that don't have that.
So
height.
does that mean if you're over 6'4", you're not going to be as good, or you don't have an advantage?
You have a far more difficult road ahead of you if you're not 6'1", 6'2".
That's why I said 6'6" earlier, mate. I was just, and Ellie, in regards to mixed race, my daughter is mixed race, my nephews are mixed race, all my family's mixed race, all my nephews and nieces. But funnily enough, they're Korean and Filipino and Japanese, but they're all taller than me. All my nephews are taller, and my niece is like the same height as me now. I don't know about that particular theory, Ali. Sorry on that one.
Height is tied also to your economic status. For example, people in developing countries are shorter, far shorter than people in developed countries. It has to do with your diet, your frequency, your nutrition, the amount of food that you eat, types of foods that you eat. There's all kinds of things to end it why height increases, but I'm not talking about that. All of that is irrelevant to whether you have an advantage if you're tall. You're faster, stronger. If you're just as athletic, if I'm just as agile, just as technical, look, you take two things. Just as technical, two players, okay? Just as athletic, right? Meaning their ability to apply that agility to a sport, same. And one is 3 inches taller than the other. The one 3 inches taller has the advantage.
Well, name me a footballer who was tall and fast, and I'm talking plus 6'5".
Haaland.
Come on, man.
Haaland, there's a ton. Mbappe.
What height is Haaland?
Probably 6'5".
Really?
6'4", 6'5".
Is he that
Mbappe
tall?
6'3".
Yeah, it's like a
I didn't know
Wow.
that. Sorry. Okay, I'll take that
Oh
back.
yeah.
Haaland 6'4", Haaland 6'4".
6'4", all right, so...
Who's
I'll go
talking about
6'5".
biogenetics? We're not quite there yet. What are you talking about?
Mbappe's 5'10".
Mbappe's 5'10"?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was like really short. I thought it was like 5'6".
Yeah, he's
I
not
thought it was
that
like
tall.
6'2".
I thought he was about 4'6".
5'10". Yeah.
I thought he was tall, and then I saw him next to a photo of Cristiano Ronaldo when they played against France, and he looked like a midget.
Jimmy Greaves
well,
wasn't
maybe-
tall.
5'10",
We're not allowed to
that's
use-
not short. It's just normal.
Danny, we can't say the word midget. Apparently, it's politically incorrect. We're not
Jimmy
allowed to say
Greaves-
midget.
Anyway,
Jimmy Greaves was only
Mad,
5'8".
crazy. We're not allowed to say anything. Like.
Steve Perriman's short. I stood next to Steve Perriman and he was only an inch taller than
Yeah,
me.
but I mean, that's exactly my point. In their era, 5'8", 5'9", that was the norm. That was norm. They weren't short for their era, right? But now Brian Hill's just as short as them. They are now, and they're short. That's my point. The height of the game has increased because there are benefits to that. If I can head the ball over you, if I'm a center back, I'm sorry, I'm 6'5" and fat. You could be 5'8" and really athletic. I'm going to beat you to more headers than you beat me. That's a fact.
Unless you're Lucas Moura, because he can jump higher than anybody.
But he makes up for that height because he has a high vertical, right? There's a different. I have a 40-inch. I have a really good vertical because I played basketball for a long time, right? So if I can jump as high as you, if you can't make up that 6-inch, 7-inch difference in your vertical, right? Then I'm going to beat you to those headers before you do. It's just it's physics. If the ball is coming in and your head can only reach here and my head can reach here and the ball's here, I'm going to hit it. You're not. There's nothing you could do. No amount of skill or ability can help you. If the ball is here, my head is here, and your head is here. Nothing.
Yeah.
In that case, I'll use physics to counter-argue that. And I'll say a shorter player, given a roughly equatable level of fitness, muscle mass, etc., to a taller player,
Adama Traore.
has less inertia. Therefore, they've got an advantage on acceleration. Therefore, there are circumstances where it is more advantageous to be a shorter player than a taller player, given all
Bring
else
the
being-
physics. Bring the physics.
I don't think that's
Yeah.
necessarily true because you're talking acceleration has to do with the transfer of power in a short amount of time, right?
Mhm.
So
I would
that all has
argue
to do that all has to do with strength too. Now it may take, for example, the way the game is now and the amount of muscle required in a leg of a tall person to generate that amount of torque in that amount of time would be unusual for this sport. But I can guarantee you that there are probably guys that play in the NFL and the NBA who can generate the amount of force required in the same amount of time and be taller. Right? That's why I'm saying. That's why if football ever became the majority sport in the United States, the amount of people that we have in our 350 million population country that have the athleticism of your 5'10", 5'8", 5'9" guy, right, at 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", is immense, right? That's my point, right? Like, but you would see the game, you would see the size of the players, the weight of the players all change along with that. You're not going to see like who's this guy, Fabio Vieira, who Arsenal just signed. 5'6" and 140 pounds. Dude, my 14-year-old son's bigger than him. Right? Like that's small. That's tiny.
Yeah, but Will, that's kind of bollocks, mate. I mean, okay,
It's not bollocks.
Otherwise,
It's science.
Stoke City would be ruling the world.
Obafemi, what was his name again?
Steak.
What was his name? Obafemi.
No,
Was it Obafemi?
It's not
was
the
a chunky-
height. It's not.
Will,
Okay, you guys
no,
hold
but
on. No,
Will.
stop. Alan, stop.
All right.
It's not just the height. Okay? It's the height and the athleticism combined. Right? The athleticism is the key. Okay? It's not bollocks. It's science.
I feel like something that gets
Big
really
brain.
ignored in these type of conversations, and that is mentality.
Yeah, but why are we bringing in all these extra facets to an argument when all I'm
Will.
saying is if you're taller, you have an advantage, period.
No,
that's
that's
it. That's
obviously
the
Yeah.
only argument I'm making.
Nobody said no to that.
Yes, Aaron did.
No.
I'm
I'm just saying no
what
to
I'm
it.
saying.
I'm just saying
I'm
that
saying no to
a
it. As a
mixture of
sweeping
heights is
statement, I'm
good.
saying no.
No, I don't think height is necessarily an advantage. And to kudos in the chat, I understand, Will, what his point is. We're having a discussion, mate. It's all friendly, all right? But I will say this, just to annoy Will, because I love winding up Will. I would never look for the lanky guy unless I was taking a corner, mate. He'd be the last guy I wanted to pass to on the pitch, mate. He'd be the fellow that would be falling all over his own
This
feet.
is a stereotype.
Yeah,
Now you're just stereotyping based on anecdote.
From grassroots, mate, and I played for a decent level. He'd be the last dude. I'd be looking for the lad who could make a run. I wouldn't be looking for this, you know.
I like shorter players. Sorry, I just like
I'm
shorter
same as you,
players.
Eddie. We're old school, Eddie.
So you wouldn't look for Holland, then you just ignore him because he's too tall.
No.
That's what you just said. You don't care how good he is. You wouldn't pass him the ball because he's tall, right? It doesn't matter.
Haaland is an exception.
He's not an exception.
He is an exception.
Well,
He's like
a
6'4".
statistical outlier.
He's a statistical outlier. What's the average height for a striker in the Premier League?
Well, it's 6'3".
Then he's not a statistical outlier. That's an inch difference. This much difference.
For 6'2".
Mixed coffee. You just said probably what I should have said. Yeah, I don't think height is necessarily an advantage. Haaland is not. Okay, here we go. Oh my God, the chat's kicking off. I'm after causing trouble. Sorry.
Don't worry, Aaron. You can take it. You're Irish.
Jesus.
It says the average striker in the Premier League is 6'1". This isn't from the Premier League. That's from like squaff.club. So hold on.
Who?
Exactly.
Oh, I saw that one. That's the one that I was looking at as well.
You got to be careful with those things because they don't. A lot of times they're opinion pieces.
You've got to look at who people think is the best footballer ever that's ever lived as well.
Yeah, so here's a perfect.
Most
example.
people would vote Maradona, who was short.
Right, but that's a person's vote is irrelevant to what is an actual thing, right? That's just it's argument ad popular.
No, it's to do with who you feel is the best player on the earth, who you've ever seen.
Right, but that's one player. Just because people think one player who happened to be short is the best player that ever lived doesn't mean that short players are better. Right?
I always think short players are better. I'm just sticking by my guns.
I mean, that's
like
fine for you to have that
players.
opinion, but it's not a fact, right? That can be your
I wouldn't
preference.
say it's a fact. It's just my own personal opinion.
So here's an example. This is comparing average heights of people in different positions. So in 1992, you've already got a 2 centimeter increase. So midfielders being the shortest on average, right? The average being 1.78 for the midfield. Goalkeepers average now is 1.9 meters tall. So 190, which is what, 6'3", 4. was only average at 1.8. So you got a 2 centimeter increase in less than 40 years.
Oh, yeah.
So based on that metric, if you sign taller players, you're more likely to succeed.
Yeah. And if you look at the height of a population over 40 years, it's nothing.
Well, depends. The same quality. Like if you're looking
Yes,
at a
we're
player,
talking. Now the kicker is, that's what I'm saying. That's the symmetry breaker. Okay,
Yeah.
technical ability, IQ, tactical ability equal. Let's say 50, 50, 50, 50. Everybody's got 50 points in a radar.
Yeah.
One guy's 6'3" and the other guy's 6 foot. I'm picking the 6'3" guy. He's got the same technical ability, same tactical ability, same footballing IQ as the 6 foot guy. 6'3" guy is going to be better in the air, stronger, faster, more physical, because the
More
6'3"
chance of
build, you have a frame that is different, right? It's just the way it is. It's just physics.
Mm. Interesting.
Again, how many 6'8" wingers do you see?
None right now. It doesn't mean that in 10 years you won't see 6'8" wingers.
What I don't get though is why do Liverpool notoriously sign shorter players up front, don't they?
Because they're more likely to have asthma, apparently.
You got Mo Salah, Mane. They're not exactly tall. 5'10" is Mane.
Mane's not a
5'7" is Salah.
So 182 is the average right now for forwards in the Premier League. But I guess that was 17-18 season, so it's probably a little bit higher than that now. But Firmino at 5'9", so basically what they're saying is he's short. Right. He's actually the average height of a striker during the era of Neil Quinn. Right.
Will, have you got the average height of the Man City side since they've been dominant?
I don't know. I could find it. Try to find it.
That'll be interesting.
I never tried to pull it up for one
Why is
sign.
Davinson Sanchez in the cover of that article?
Because he's world class, mate.
Correlation of
Because he's over 6 foot.
Because he's got son in his name.
Yes.
Then you got
He knows the editor.
He's great.
He knows the editor.
Will, did you say Niall Quinn, mate? Will, did you say Niall Quinn?
Yeah.
Okay, Niall Quinn, don't get me started, man. That guy, I love.
Clumsy.
Oh, come on, Ellie. The guy played hurling. He played all different sports.
No, he was a good striker. I'll give him that. He was a very good striker.
He even
But he
saved
played for the
penalty.
Gooners. That's why I said that.
Akina Fenwa is a goat.
He even went in goals though, Ellie. And Niall Quinn.
Yeah, so the average height of Man City squad is 5'11" 2 inches. The tallest player is Ederson at 6'3".
Okay.
For the argument's sake that if you're tall, you're slow. Usain Bolt is the tallest, is 6'5".
Is he that tall? Bloody hell.
This is anecdotal and colloquial. We're talking about elite athletes, okay? So you're talking about the 1% of people that fit a specific mold. What I'm saying is, if everything else is equal, if there's 10 boxes and both players have checked off 5 or 8 or 9, the only one that's left there is height, and the other guy checks it, he now has an advantage. Okay?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you don't see 6'8" wingers now, or 6'8" goalkeepers now, because people who are 6'8" aren't playing the game in order to get themselves to that level, or they don't have the athletic ability to get there. I guarantee
rubbish, isn't it?
No, I'm guarantee you, if you took those same if you took the athleticism of 6'8" players in the NBA and you taught them to play goalkeeper, then you would sign the 6'8" goalkeeper over the 6'3" one.
Yeah, because it's horses for courses. That's a goalkeeper. I'm saying
Right.
you can't apply
Center
that same
back.
metric to every position.
You can. Every position over sport has increasing in height, right? They're increasing in height. If you could have
had
a
a
6'8"
6'8" winger, that's a bit tall. They can't weave their body in and out like a short.
If you had a 6'8" winger who could weave his body that way because he had that athleticism, all that athleticism can be trained. Agility can be trained. Athleticism can be trained. Right? Things that are
right.
Those are physical things that can be trained into your body. Right? Right. Just like a boxer who may be short may be harder to knock down because he has a lower center of gravity.
Yeah.
Right. Doesn't mean that he's going to have an advantage over a fighter with long arms. Right. Yeah. You have to be a freak. You have to be a Mayweather, right? A Messi. You have to be a freak to overcome your height differential. You have to be like superhuman in some of the aspects of the things that you do.
It's about
all I'm
skill
saying is
on
height's
the ball.
a benefit. I'm not saying it's everything. All I'm saying is it's a benefit to be tall in football. It is.
I've never seen a 6'8" player have the skill of Maradona. I've
okay,
never
and what
seen
if you did though?
But I haven't seen it in my lifetime, so maybe it will happen in.
That's because 6'8" people aren't interested in playing football right now. They're interested in playing basketball.
Yeah. But even a 6'3" striker.
6'3" is too short for basketball now. So that's why you're
I'm
starting.
just saying for football, if it's a 6'3" player, I've never seen a 6'3" player
almost 6'3"
as good as Maradona. Never.
Well, Kerry Kane's not as good as Maradona.
Kane's better. Clear.
No way. No way Kane's better than Maradona. Maradona's a god.
Kane,
you see what he does with a football? Bloody hell.
What did he do? He didn't see. I've watched Maradona play, and he hasn't done things that are impossible.
Have you seen him when he
kicks
kicks the ball up about 50 feet and then traps it on his foot like it's dead weight?
People can do that all the time.
No,
my son
I've
can
never
do that.
I've never seen another footballer do it.
Exactly.
He's fantastic.
Kick the ball up and drop it straight and kill it straight.
No, but he kicks it up really high many times. There's players that can kick it up once or twice and trap it, but he does it countless times in this video. It's amazing what he can do with a football, the way he traps the ball. He's a genius.
But Ronaldinho was far more technically gifted than Maradona was. It's not even close.
That's disputable.
I don't think it is disputable. Ronaldinho, the things he could do. I didn't see Maradona. Maradona to me wasn't necessarily a flicks and tricks kind of player. Neymar, I think, is more technical than Maradona was. Maradona was a person who had this like street killer, back alley mentality that allowed, plus a technically gifted kid, and those two things in combination. He was a very smart player. Maradona was.
He was technically gifted.
He was technically gifted, but the thing that made Maradona great for me was his tactical
and the pitches that he had to play on.
Technical ability.
You've got to take that into consideration. The pitches that he played, they were atrocious. Some of the pitches.
People don't take it People don't take it in consideration when CONCACAF plays on them. So until people acknowledge that, then I'm not going to acknowledge it for Maradona.
Yeah, well, Jimmy Greaves used to play on worse pitches than even Maradona, and he was a genius as well.
People didn't catch that.
5'8".
Will, are you bullying Maradona? Come on, Will.
Come on, man.
Take it easy.
Maradona. I'm sorry, Maradona, in my opinion, is not this technically like superhuman, right? There are far more technically astute players than Maradona were.
Come on, man. The three best players in the world in this order: Pele, Maradona, Gascoigne.
It's not what I said. I said technical ability. What do you?
Apparently, it's
not Ronaldinho. I'll put him in now.
Neymar is more technically gifted than Maradona.
And another player.
I think I might have misheard.
Zola at Chelsea.
There are freestyle footballers who are more technically gifted than Maradona was.
Okay, come on, Will.
Yeah.
We're talking World Cups.
What he can do with the football was amazing.
So you think
Will, you got to watch him, man. You got to watch him just warming up.
Maradona.
Amazing skill that he had.
Technical abilities? They're probably better at some things.
Maradona could, man.
You guys, hold on for a second. Well, you guys are saying, you guys make like 5 arguments at one time. We're talking about technical ability. Not how that technical ability is applied in a game. Because what's that called? tactical ability.
Steak.
How you apply your technique in a match is tactics. That's your tactical ability.
We beat the whole of the English
Then your
team.
physical abilities are
Scored.
physical. Your creativity is your creativity, and those are the attributes that are technical. I'm talking about just technical ability here, so not how it's applied in a game. There are freestyles have more technical, do far more tricks and flips and gifts and jips than Maradona could ever do. Period. It's a fact. You can go watch him on YouTube. Maradona is not a flicks and tricks type of player. What made him great was he was technically good, very good technically, but he was excellent tactically. It's how he could do those things, applying them in the game. He revolutionized the game because he was the one who started to do a lot of those things. It's like Pele too. Pele was a legend because he applied things that people just did on the street for fun into the match and made it work.
It's called Jenga football.
Yeah. That's what made it. It was his taking that technical ability that he had and applying it tactically to the match. It was revolutionary when Pele did it. In fact, he had problems with his national team coach because he didn't just play the way that he wanted him to play. That's what makes those guys legends, was taking something that wasn't meant to be in the 11-11 aside game and applied it right. If Neymar could do those rainbow flicks all the time over everybody, if he was just rainbow flicking people as we went down the pitch, then you would think that he was the greatest player that ever lived. But he hasn't been able to apply that technical ability tactically, and that's why he's not as good as Maradona. That's what I'm saying. That it was the
not
tactical.
as intelligent either. Football's got intelligence as well.
Neymar's ego overtook him, though. I mean, it's.
I'm so shocked by Aaron's top 3 players of all time. Aaron, can you repeat? I think my audio went off when you said it.
Oh, my favorite. It's not obviously confirmed. You can't ever confirm you're the best player of all time. But as a child growing up, for me, Pelé number 1, Maradona number 2, and Gascoigne a very, very close number 3. Paul Gascoigne.
I would put Jimmy Greaves ahead of Gascoigne, though.
I didn't see him, Ellie. I
know. Jimmy Greaves was a genius.
Are you saying
my dad was telling me about him when I was 3 years old? I knew about Jimmy Greaves when I was 3. He was bouncing me on his knee, telling me. And I was lucky to see him in 1967, but I was only 5. So what do you know as a 5-year-old kid? You don't know much that age, but it's a shame. But I watched old reels of him. The goals were amazing, just as good as Maradona actually, but in a different way, because he would take on players like Maradona and leave them for dead. He went past them like they weren't there. Fantastic footballers. I know. I'll give props to Gaza as well. He was fantastic as well.
Ellie, and I always say it, Gascoigne and Maradona, the two of them, if Gascoigne didn't have the injuries and the issues, for me, they would have been on a par. They would have been on a level. They were just, the two of them were just beautiful to watch.
I don't agree with that top 3 of all time. I'm still in shock.
This is a prime example. This is a great example. Like, for example, Saint Maximum, technical ability, but not so great tactical ability.
Adama Traore.
It's being able to apply the gifts that you have to the game. That's what tactics is, right? Positioning.
It's different to technical ability, isn't it?
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying.
The
like Billy
argument
Wingrove
started with technical ability.
Huh?
The argument started talking about technical ability,
right? But people kept adding, well, look what he could do in the game, and this. But I'm talking technical ability, right? Technical ability. Maradona was not a technical genius. Sorry?
Maradona's a genius technical ability.
Crossovers, flips.
It's his knowledge of how to apply his skill set to control of the ball.
Exactly. But I'm saying there are people who could do what he could do technically. What he could do technically.
I disagree.
What could he do that technically that nobody else could do?
Have you ever seen his warm up where he would belt the ball 50 yards in the air?
Yeah, it's not hard. My son does it
That's
every
what
day.
I was saying.
And stay still
I could
and
do
it'll
that.
come down exactly where he is.
I've never seen another
It's not
player
hard.
do
My-
that in my life.
Ellie, my 13-year-old son could do that 5 times in a row for you right now.
Yeah, different footballs these days will.
What, kick it up 50 yards?
Did you see? I'm pretty sure
I'll never
actually.
need to move.
I'm pretty sure actually.
Maybe he
one of
takes
the
a step.
absolute- They broke the record for the
Maradona doesn't
longest.
take a step.
He does it about 20 times in this video.
Yeah.
One after the
It's
other.
unreal.
Boot, trap. He does it. It's
Professional players are
amazing.
looking
I
at
don't
it
believe
in
he
the
doesn't
jaw
take a
of the
step. I don't believe he doesn't move 50 times in a row and doesn't
He
take a
just
step.
kicks
That's
it
not
up.
true.
Will, you got to watch it. And
Send
it's
me the video.
amazing.
We'll watch it right
You
now.
haven't seen that
I
video
haven't
yet.
seen him
You've
do
got
it
to watch
50
it.
times in a row, but I've seen him do it 3 or 4 times in a row without moving. And professional players looking at it and going, wow.
I know. They're like in awe of him.
And Danny,
he was doing that on the
just to
warm-up
explain.
For Ozzy Ardelis' testimonial, wasn't it? He was doing that on the warm-up.
Yes.
I'm not even
the
kidding you.
the
I could literally.
1987 kit, wasn't it?
I will videotape my kid at warm-ups. He does the exact same thing. He's an introvert. He doesn't like to play around with kids before the thing. So all he does before practice is stand right next to the bench, kick the ball straight up in the air, and then it falls down and he catches it with his foot. And then he flips
but
it
Will,
up,
now they're
kicks
playing
it up
with
and does
Will.
it again.
They're playing with
Okay, so
little
now we're
lightweight
gonna make
balls
the
now,
ball.
not
It was
pig
different
splatters.
excuse. It's
They're not
silly.
playing with pig splatters on turf.
Maradona's
I mean,
professional
muck
footballer.
pitches.
Right, but Maradona is not standing in the same place. I'm watching the video. He's literally juggling the ball around the field. He's not standing in the same place.
No, I've seen
Danny,
him stand in the same place do it. I've actually
Dan-
seen him
Dan-
do it.
You need
Dan,
some
my
Right,
top
but,
three of
anybody can
Pele.
do that one time. My son does it one time
not
all
luck.
year. I'm
He did
saying
it like 3
multiple
or 4
times.
times in a row. There were
He's
professionals.
done
on the
it
pitch
in
on
World
the warm-up,
Cups. Come on.
and they were going, wow.
I
They
know.
were
All right, so
saying,
you
wow,
gotta send me the
They were
videos.
just
You gotta send me
standing
the
there in
videos.
awe. We have to find the video. I'll find it for you.
Because
Will.
kicking the ball straight up in the air 50 yards and trapping it is not a difficult technique at all.
I'll
Like
disagree.
anyone
I
here
think
could
it's
do it.
actually
Oh,
difficult.
it is.
Oh my god.
It's been over 3 hours. I'm going to have to make a move. Thanks for having me
You're
on.
going off to work,
And-
Shane?
No, I'm not working today.
It's Saturday where he's at. So
It's Saturday.
That's
Not
true.
working today.
we
weekend.
are going to be heading out here pretty quick too. It's getting hot in here.
Oh
It's getting
yeah.
hot in here.
No, like it's like so now that it's summertime in Atlanta and it was 101 degrees today, which is like 40 something.
Oh my god.
Or almost a 40. All of these lights, like in this studio, in this tiny little room, after a while, that big old window, that window runs the whole size of that wall pretty much. It gets a little warm in here.
Well, Will's getting a
guys.
suntan, put it that way.
No, I mean, I have one air conditioning vent in this office and my ceiling fan. And, but it's because of the amount of electronics and lights that I have. It's probably about 80 degrees in this room.
It's the ghost. It's the ghost of Maradona. He's come to haunt you. He's
Yeah,
eating you up.
you're in trouble, man.
What's 80 degrees in Celsius?
About 30, I think, maybe 29, something like that.
No, not 39. It's more like 80 something.
Oh, sorry,
20 is
29,
low.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, 29.
Yeah. So
In
did
this
Shane
room.
go? I didn't get to say goodbye to Shane. I just want to say
Shane.
good day, mate, and go
Good day, mate.
back a kangaroo.
We haven't
Bit
mentioned
messy.
Glenn Hoddle either. Glenn Hoddle was a fabulous footballer.
Greatest player of all
Brilliant.
time.
The best English footballer ever. I'm even better than Jimmy Greaves because he had a different skill set to Jimmy Greaves.
He's
I've
my
seen
second favourite, Ellie.
I know I've
Gaza
never
for
seen
me.
him. I know I've never seen him.
Hoddle for me.
But I don't know
Hoddle
how.
for me.
I don't know how Glenn Hoddle is better than Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. I've never seen him.
No,
play.
no, just in
No,
terms of
English,
Tottenham.
English.
In terms of
English.
Tottenham.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
okay
Just
okay.
English footballer. English footballer. I think he's the greatest ever. Fabulous footballer.
If you look purely on passing, I'd say Hoddle was better than Messi and Ronaldo. But like
Yes.
purely passing. The
Passing
other
range
not
was
so
amazing.
Yeah.
I've never seen him
60
play.
foot right on 60
come on.
foot pass right onto the toe of the striker. Brilliant. That goal against Watford as well, Kuva.
Mm.
Amazing.
Yeah.
No, Huddle's goal against Oxford, wasn't it? Where he
That That was.
He put it through four defenders,
I think
ran
that was
around
a
them.
fix.
That was
they
just
lit him up, that one.
ridiculous.
That was
Oh,
a
wait,
fix.
what a goal! That was my favourite Hoddle goal of all time, by the way.
Yeah,
I think it was Oxford, yeah.
My
Hoddle
favourite
would be nothing
Hoddle goal
about
was the Watford one.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It showed on Match of the Day for
Back
decades.
to
Was
the
that
goal.
the chip into the top left corner?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a
The
beauty as
goalkeeper
well.
on his arse.
Hoddle could do things like
Oh yeah.
Hoddle could do things like volley across
Steak.
field. Hoddle could do things like
Come on, let Cooper
see,
speak.
Fitzy's in the comments, so like
Come on,
Chucky or
Cooper,
all
get your
Fitzy couldn't
words out.
support it.
This is what happens when we don't sign.
I want to
anybody,
hear
though,
it,
in the
Cooper.
summertime.
Come on.
We're getting weird conversations about height.
I like Cooper when he speaks. Come
No,
on,
it's good,
Cooper.
Will. It's good, Will. It's nice to have not a transfer speculation convo going on, mate, because it's all a load of bollocks, mate. All the shite that we're reading in the papers.
That's what I'm saying. This is what happens when we don't sign people.
I trust.
Yeah, I don't even.
I don't
never
do
look at the
rumor mill
transfer
shows. I
stuff.
might like give like the updates, but I don't make claims about.
No,
I just can't wait for next Friday when the Tour de France starts. So I don't have to even
I will do the Hoddle
acknowledge
one
any
then.
of this shit.
You'll do the what?
Yeah.
I'll do the Hoddle one then. It was just about the ability, his passing ability. He's capable of hitting a crossfield ball with enough hitting it on the outside of the boot with enough swerve on it, enough spin on it, that it travels the distance of the pitch to an exact location in front of a player running onto it, and the spin takes on the grass and takes all the pace out of it. So it's perfectly there, sat for him like a gift wrap present for him to run onto. That is an incredible skill to have. That distance and that amount of control of how the ball is going to react when it bounces. And this was not with the really easy to manipulate balls that you see in later years. This was like with an old 1980s style ball, and they were pretty heavy.
Don't care.
Don't care.
No, I'm sorry. I was answering his question.
Oh, right. Ericsson. Don't care. Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, don't care.
Well,
Nah.
about what, him not signing? You don't want him to sign?
Don't care.
Better options out there.
James Ward-Prowse is a better option. Come on, lads.
No.
No. I can take set pieces.
Steak. Stop.
No, I can take set pieces.
You don't know Steak. Steak could be a wonderful footballer. You don't know Steak. Dumb.
Yeah, you don't know me.
You can take pieces of steak.
Yeah, and set pieces while eating it.
But yeah, no,
I'll
James
tell you
Ward-Prowse
what's
is good at set pieces. That's it.
Sorry, so about Hoddle's
Exactly.
passing, I think if the younger players, younger fans, if you've ever seen Paul Scholes on a regular basis, you will occasionally see him do passes that Hoddle's capable of. Because Paul Scholes is another one that has genius level sort of pinpoint at passing at times. That's literally the only player I put in the same league as Hoddle for that. And Hoddle would do it all the time. Paul Scholes perhaps a little bit more varied with his game. He brought different sort of skill set to it. But he's the only one I'd have as a comparison.
Yeah, just for me, that's why I really have a hard time with comparing people from different eras to modern players, because you have to understand that these guys like Pele and Maradona, and people would say, I'm not saying Pele was even as good as Maradona, but I'm saying these guys were innovators in the game, right? They changed the way the game was played. So with the time when these guys played, Hoddle, Gascoigne, all of these guys, it was a different game. It was played in a different way. The tactics were different. The coaches had people set up different. The strategies were different. These guys did things in the game that were unexpected. But this is one thing you could never know. I'm just saying that yes, Maradona for his time was probably the most technical player of his time. No doubt about it. I'm just saying the game, because of him, the game has now evolved to a point to where what he did is the norm, not the outlier. And guys like Ronaldinho and Neymar, I don't even like Neymar. I don't even rate Neymar as a footballer as far as like 11-11 aside. But if I was going to go play futsal and I needed somebody with technical ability, I'm picking Neymar over Maradona. I just am. I'm picking Ronaldinho over Maradona. I just am.
Ronaldinho or Neymar?
Ronaldinho.
I'm glad you said that, because out of the two, I would say that Ronaldinho has had phases in his career. I likened him to Maradona. He was that good at times. Neymar, I think, me personally,
Barcelona Neymar, not PSG Neymar. I wouldn't touch PSG Neymar with a tempo.
Oh yeah,
ball.
yeah, sure. It's a different
but Barcelona Neymar.
Might as well take a sister. So.
Yeah, steak. That's medium rare, man.
You know what I mean? For me, Messi is technical, but he's technical in a different way. He's not a flip and tricks kind of guy, but his precision and in his touches, his dribbling ability. Like I'm watching a clip of Messi right now, and how fast he runs with the ball as close to his feet. That's a technical ability, right? That's what makes Messi a freak. A lot of the times when you watch Ronaldo take guys on a dribble, he was putting the ball past them 2 and 3 yards and just running past them. Messi does this, and the ball is literally just kind of like, like a ball against the back of a treadmill. It's just kind of bouncing up against his feet as he's just running along. He's not putting the ball out 10 and 15 yards. That's what makes Messi special. It's how close he keeps the ball to his body as he's running at top speed.
To be honest, though, that's useless.
It's not useless.
To me,
that's how he beats players the way he does.
Yeah, that's how you do step overs, stuff like that.
Sorry, I forgot. I thought we were having a debate on who was better. But technically, yeah, Messi better. But to be honest, as long as you put the ball in the back of the net, I don't care if you dribble more players. But if you put the ball in the back of the net,
Messi scored almost as many goals as Ronaldo has, right?
Almost.
But Danny, you say you don't care how many players you beat. Isn't that what gets the fans on their feet? Isn't that what makes us excited?
Yeah, but then you're just a passion merchant if that's the only thing you care about.
No, we're not a passion merchant. Where we are
That's the definition of a passion merchant. If the only thing you care about is the exciting stuff, right?
I
not the
would
boring
say
stuff.
that's the only thing I care about. I said that's what gets the fans off.
I literally celebrated throw-in. Like Tottenham won a throw-in, and I'm celebrating it like if it was a goal.
The people, but I just think, look,
yes,
I agree. I like that part too. That part's exciting. That's amazing. Like, for example, what is it, 17-18 Champions League? Ronaldo's coming, bringing their Real Madrid's down goals, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Ronaldo scores a hat trick with these amazing free. Yeah, that's good. That's exciting. Amsterdam with Lucas Moura. That's great. But if that's all you care about, you are a passion merchant. That's like all these people who like shit on stats and say stats are pointless or worthless. You're just a passion merchant. I test people who don't acknowledge stats. You got to have both. Yeah,
that's true.
Well, do I get a rebuttal here? I go with stats. I go with the eye test, but I go with passion too. All right, so you can call me a passion merchant. But I love exciting players. I love watching players.
Yeah, you can love them, but when we're talking about objective things, when we're having a debate about two different players and what made one better than the other, and we're talking objectively, then the past, how they made you feel is irrelevant.
I think in passion wise, I think Lucas Moura is better than Kulusevski. Passion wise,
no,
I don't care about passion.
No.
I care about if you put the ball in the back of the net, and Kulusevski does that better than Lucas Moura. So
are you comparing about his passion, Lucas Moura's passion, compared to Kulusevski's, or are you talking about your passion that you feel for Lucas Moura?
No, I mean like when he gets the ball and how the fans.
No, he's like a headless chicken.
Yeah, but he dribbles past the player and everybody gets on their feet. They start clapping. That's
once every 50 times.
Well, he does it so often. He does it so often that it's lost its passion. You're not passionate about it anymore because he's lost the ball so many times that now it's annoying, right? But if he was converting those things at say 2 times the rate he is now, but he had a third less than what Kulusevski has, right? So Kulusevski had 4 goals, 5 goals. I can't remember the number of goals off the top of my head, but
like 6 games.
5 or 6 goals and 9 assists in hardly any games. So let's say Lucas Moura had those stats for a full season and Kulusevski had double those stats for the full season. right? 6 goals, 9 assists. Not a bad year for Lucas Moura, right? But you still wouldn't. There's a lot of people, because people do it. Brian Hill. Why would anybody rate Brian Hill? I don't understand it.
You see that tweet?
There's nothing but passion about how it makes you feel when he nutmegs somebody. There is no reason on the face of the planet to rate Brian Hill for anything other than the kit man.
Well,
it's emotion, Will. I mean,
I know, that's what I'm saying, and it pisses me off because it's nothing to do with the actual game.
Well,
how you feel about
example,
a player is irrelevant to how the game actually happens.
Ryan Gilson.
Yeah, you're going to hate me for saying this. I like Brian Hill because he's got a cool haircut, and so does Cogman.
That's
so
dumb.
you're going to hate me. I know it's
That's
dumb.
a dumb
I
reason
know
to
it's
like
dumb.
the player.
But Will,
Surely football is a spectator sport, not a statistician sport.
It's a result sport. Otherwise, there's no winner. If it's just
Well,
about how the
why
players look
watch
on the field, then
football
why
if-
keep score? Hold on, why keep score?
Why watch football if all you want to look
Right.
to is
If all we care about is their
result,
hair,
why watch it?
because we care about the result.
But you can read
Well,
that. in
then
the
just look at the
newspaper
numbers.
online.
Don't look at the game. You can read the stats. Will.
What?
Just look at the
I
result
said-
online or in a newspaper.
So why not just make it a computer thing? That's what we want to watch the game for the result.
We want to be entertained more than anything.
It's football. It's a sport. It's entertainment. It's passion. It's your love. It's something you've blown up with.
Clean sheets.
I don't watch Tottenham Hotspur. I don't watch Tottenham Hotspur for enjoyment. I get more stress than enjoyment. I watch it because I want the team to do well. Right?
Yeah.
Just eat your steak.
I'm not a Tottenham Hotspur fan. Not really been a Tottenham Hotspur fan for results either. But I want the team to have good results, right? If we played poorly, like this, that's why the whole narrative back in the day, like, you know, I don't care if we lose as long as we're playing exciting, attacking football. That's stupid. It's a stupid position for me.
I think that's always misinterpreted because I don't think anybody said that and actually meant they don't care if they lose. I'm saying more likely, and it's probably something I would have said, I would prefer us to lose 5-4, throw in the kitchen sink at something, pebble dash in the opponent's goal, than sit back trying to accept a 0-0 and being pleased about that being a positive result.
Oh, that's an extra point.
Yeah, Kuva, that 5-4 loss.
But see, I would rather win.
Score that great goal. Well, a brilliant game. I loved it.
I would rather win 2-1, 3-2 than 5-0. 5-0 to me is boring.
Yeah.
Is it?
It's not a contest, is it? It's just, yeah.
Like when the United States, I don't like when the United States plays Grenada and we end up winning 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-0. It's boring. Like the US U20s played St. Kite earlier in the CONCACAF Championship. 10-0. It's boring. I get when a game has drama and intensity and I like nail biting. That's entertaining for me, right? I still want the result. But I don't like blowouts. To be honest, that's probably why I'm a Tottenham Hotspur fan. Because gosh dang, you can't get more drama than this freaking club. I
totally agree, Will. I'm going to bring in the example of, say, the 1991 FA Cup. In the semi-final, we had that legendary game against Arsenal. We won 3-1. Gascoigne's immortal free kick. What made that game so good is it wasn't a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
When we were 2-0 up, we were hanging on for dear life for a little bit. They hit the bar. They were getting very close with a few shots.
Exactly.
Then we pulled it out of their reach. It was a really exciting game. The final itself was crap compared. But we did lift the trophy.
Maybe a little bit.
But when it's a derby,
this is why people hold the semi-final with more esteem than the actual final.
No,
we like the fact that we won
derby.
the FA Cup, but the important bit was that Arsenal game.
Like I'm telling you right now, like I was jumping up out of my chair watching Arsenal play Newcastle on a Monday night. I celebrated those 2 Newcastle goals probably harder than I celebrated any Tottenham goal all season. Right, the drama, the intensity, right? That's what gets my blood pumping. If we just came out and waxed teams 5-4-0 every week like City, it would be boring. I wouldn't even watch.
What if we beat City 5-0?
That's different because we don't
I'd love
normally
that.
beat City 5-0, right? That would be like when we beat Manchester United 6-1.
Yeah. Our
Yeah,
last game of the season, 5-0 against Norwich. Nothing game, was it? Didn't matter at that point.
I mean, it was sunny because of the golden boot. That I cheered because of that. But
I agree though, Will. You compare that to say the Leicester game with those 2 last-minute goals. What drama! That was just amazing.
She said I look like Brad Pitt. No, I don't.
But when it's like a derby, I enjoy beating those teams 10-0. I enjoy beating Arsenal 3-0. I enjoy wiping the floor with them because then you can talk to them afterwards. Like I don't know if you guys know
Goguma looks like Brad Pitt or I look like Brad Pitt?
who's Brad Pitt?
See the one from Breaking Bad?
You don't know who Brad Pitt is?
Listen,
Fight Club.
Jeez Louise.
Oh,
I feel so old.
I found
I feel so
out
old
who-
now. You guys make me feel so old.
I don't know.
My mom says she likes Gil because he did Americana in a video when he first arrived. Or the Macarena in a video when we first tried him. He has a face of Mama Gun Love.
Oh,
It's as good as reason as any.
No, it's not a good reason.
It is compared to some of the others that are going.
Okay, it's a good reason to like the player. For example, I like Lucas Moura. I like him a lot, but I don't think he's necessarily a really good footballer. I would never get into an argument about somebody about how he's going to be a club legend someday. That's what I'm saying. When you
could,
if the reason you think Brian Hill is going to be a club legend is because he did the Macarena when he joined Tottenham, that's dumb. Right? Even if it's my mom's opinion, that's dumb. Okay. Now, if you like Brian Hill because you like his personality and stuff like that, that's fine. Right? That's a personal thing, right? That's I like him as a person, da 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 da. It's different when you're comparing guys or making statements about how great of a footballer they're going to be, right?
And what if he does a Macarena while scoring?
I remind them of Brad Pitt from the Moneyball movie. That's possible. He's a bit older in that movie. Do what now, Steak?
Well, that movie's about stats, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
What if Brian Hill scored a hat trick while doing the Macarena?
That would be impressive. Weird, but impressive.
We'll go with
Or definitely make a highlight reel.
Twitter compilation. Did you see the
goal? Right, yeah.
Did you see the Twitter compilation I sent you, Will?
No, I haven't.
The tweet. Brian Hill will be a club legend.
Yeah. So
he said, mark my words, Brian Hill will be a club legend one day.
So
and I don't
dumb.
think he was joking.
So dumb.
He'll be sold to Real
Be
Betis.
serious.
I'm being serious.
I don't like to call people names, but sometimes it's like you can't help you talk to people that are so dumb that there's just like no help.
You called your mom dumb like 2 minutes ago.
No, I called her opinion dumb. Like, you trust me? I've called her worse. No, I'm kidding. But that was a joke, by the way. But I argue with my mom all the time. She'll tell you. Trust me, I argue with anybody. It don't matter who you are. You could be president of the United States. I'll argue with you.
If you say something bad about Son,
you should.
Done
From
for.
recent experience, you definitely should.
Well, yeah. Last 100 years probably. But yeah, man, like for me, I don't mind people being excited about the game and loving the passion of it. But you have to know that that's just your opinion, that's not like when we're comparing two people from one another, it's not reality. It's just your perception.
I gotta go though.
Can feel like reality, but it's not. But we're gonna go anyway, so we're gonna end it off here. Kuva99, let people know what show do you want to promote today? Which show are you picking out of your cap?
Let's go for the 2 shows I'm going to be on tomorrow. There's going to be 3 Spurs Boys with Bobby K.
Okay.
That's going on at in the afternoon some point. And then in the evening over at Bob Spur TV for
Wink and Wank. I'll be there for that.
Oh yeah.
In the wall. The show's just might as well just call it Wangity Wang now. In the wall's gone. Nobody knows about In the Wall anymore now. It's just the Wangity Wang show. Sounds a bit weird, but luckily for us in the United States, we don't use the word wank when we talk about that. So for us, it doesn't. It's kind of silly, silly title.
I find it really amusing when they slip it into certain TV shows, though.
Yeah.
And it's just to make Brits laugh, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
We do it all the time. But like it's like too, like for like us, like, you know, bloody and like all the different slang words that you guys use over there. For us, it's like it's not a bad word. But apparently it's a bad word.
Nice. They'll use that as a greeting nowadays.
Right, but like the C word, for example, for us, I cringe every time I hear the C word, right? Like it's just been trained into my Americanness that when I hear the C word, I'm like looking to see if there's any women present. I can't do that one, man.
Do you know who drops the best C bomb out of all the YouTubers I can think of?
Is it Bob?
Cody Mack.
I'm not sure there's a competition.
It's weird because he shouldn't.
Jason
it's just as
Groves,
bad.
man. Jason Groves.
It's just as bad in Canada as it is here.
Exactly. So when he does it, it still has some sort of impact. There's like a taboo when he does it because you know he's Canadian and that is not acceptable. Well,
it was the oldest recorded curse word in the English language, I think. I believe by Chaucer, it was the first person to write it. So it's right. You know, yeah, it goes back a bit.
But with the Wankity Wank show with Mr. Bob, I'll be on that show tomorrow night as well. Steak, where can people find you next?
I don't have a channel. I go on other people's channels like this. Say the word steak. Steak million times. What's not a number is just a bigger no than a number because it's steak. Steak's the largest thing. Steak.
You could say it's a meeting place for you.
You had.
Do you remember the first time?
Alexander.
Do you remember the first time Steak came on? Cuba was on TTG, and it was the mad drunk.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, not a lot of creators appreciate steak like I do. Be honest
steaks.
I find if some people get annoyed by it. I'm not gonna lie to you, steak. Some people get annoyed by it.
Respect the steak.
I don't get annoyed by it. Personally, I think it's funny, but
steak is juicy, mate. He's medium rare. I love him.
But Mr. Dan THFC, who's turned his camera off and muted himself. Where can people find you at next?
You guys can find me at the Dan THFC channel. Making a lot of content coming up. I've actually got a podcast tomorrow, so we're gonna be on there. Open link. Anybody who wants to come on in the chat. But yeah, I'm the James Ward-Prowse guy. If you've heard. But
there's
yeah.
James Joris. Got him. I need to add him as a mod. I think I got all the green guys today.
Green guys, is that an insult to Irish people?
No. If you're a member and you're not a mod, your name is green instead of
gray.
Blue. Mods are blue. And regular folk are gray, and members are green. But I think I got all the green guys.
Can I brownish red color to show it's medium rare?
No. But also, too, we did hit our like goal. We have surpassed 100 likes on the show tonight. That's good. On the subscribers.
How the hell?
Who left? Dan left? And we are one subscriber away from the subscription goal. We're on. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please hit that subscribe button. We got one left. There's 57 of you guys still watching. So, yeah, let's get that one subscribe, and we still need 3 more members. I don't think that one's happening today. So you guys in the chat failed on the membership challenge today.
I know. Anyway.
We need Truth Set 3 with his 100 different accounts, man. Come on.
But big yourself up on the member channel. I need to make my mom a mod too. She has a Patreon account.
Make your mom a mod.
Yeah.
dude. Okay, all right.
I like my mom.
I like her too. But okay, I'm not. Yeah, but your mom's gonna moderate your chat.
Sure, why
Seriously.
not? She doesn't have to say anything, but it's just that's the thing. If you're a member or a Patreon member, you get to be a mod. That's the rule.
Dude, I don't even let my daughter watches some of these shows.
Dude, my grandmother watches these shows, dude.
Oh,
my grandma's probably watching right now.
If
my 80-year-old grandmother is watching this show right now.
My
80-year-old grandmother watches Wankety Wank.
If your grandmother's there, steak.
Ask my mom.
Really
She's in the chat right now.
If you're watching, I'm really sorry, but it's very odd.
Your grandmother watches Wankety Wank, and I said that Iggy, because he forgot Valentine's Day, puts a horse's head in her bed. And Steak said that he sends, what was it? Daniel, leave his toenails to her. You let your grandmother watch this stuff, man. That's
right. Mom's a Patreon member, so man. She said, but Mom, let me know. Remind me again what channels Grandma watches regularly. Quickly, Mom.
Steak.
You type too slow. She watches on her TV.
I watch on my TV too, and I have to keep running over to the PC when there's a comment that comes in.
There's a new thing now, where, at least on my TV, if I'm watching YouTube on my TV, I can comment directly from my phone. Like it connects for some reason. Like you can manage the chat.
Typing on phones, man. I'm old school. I need a keyboard, like a proper keyboard. That's
So my grandma watches We Are Tottenham TV.
That's at least that's polite. It's a nice one. That's a good one.
Just Brian Daigle next episode says Daigle.
Ben and Sam. That's We Are Tottenham TV.
Yeah.
Your mom dead air, bro. Mom, write it in one sentence so we can just read it all at once.
Meanwhile,
I ate my fifth steak.
I think we've all grown on this show today, and what have we really learned about debating with Will Stewart? Is
tall people are superior.
You're not going to win, but you can grind things out for a draw.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna annoy here. I'm gonna annoy Will here now.
My grandmother likes Stell. My grandmother watches Tottenham Away. This show, obviously. What else? Does she watch Bob? Does Grandma Barbara watch Bob Spur?
Do you watch Tottenham Tour?
Tottenham
Away, Tottenham Tour, of course. Yeah, great blokes, great guys.
Maybe that's what she meant by this one, Tottenham Away or Tottenham on Tour. I don't know. But anyway, we will be back here. Or Aaron, I guess you're next, huh? I didn't let you.
I will be back.
When?
I'll plug my channels. Will Stewart, THFCRants, MSNABCUMNTA, something like that. The American National Team World Cup stream that Will's doing. Hope to be part of it during the World Cup, and of course Colin Talking Ball. I'm usually up late at night, so these are the shows I go to. No point in plugging your show, Will, on your stream, but also or to but also Shelfside when they come back. Shelfside Spurs with Johnny Einstein, Rez, and Barry. Yeah.
She could be. I don't know. What is that? R2D2. Yeah. Does my grandmother watch AFT? Probably not. So apparently, well, as far as my mom knows, my grandma doesn't watch Bob's show.
Can I plug Lee Gunner too, by the way? I know this is probably irregular to plug a Gunner, but Lee Gunner, mate, he's and Sava and Henry. But Lee Gunner is gas crack, mate. He's great. He's great value.
It's one of the few enemy fans, if you like, that I'll watch. He just tells
The
us
only one-
as it is and really upsets other gooners.
No, I watch
That's why I love-
AFTV just because I like to
No,
laugh at him.
AFTV's a lot.
To be honest with you, Robbie, I don't think is very delusional. I think he's a little bit more. Robbie to me is realistic, and yet, but he's more like. Let me try to think of somebody like views wise in our community that I can compare him to. Maybe like a Brian Daigle, where they can be positive, but also, you know, rationally critical. Bob, maybe is Bob Robbie?
Still,
Nah, there's only one Bob.
But I mean, is Bob our Robbie? That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't think Bob's comparable to anybody else. I
Sure
think
he
Bob's
is.
got,
I'm talking about the way that the views that they hold. Because Bob can be happy and positive, but yet he's still like rationally critical. He doesn't go over the. You know, I think Robbie's that way. You know, like he'll come in and say we're winning 4-1, and I mean, like a lot of the stuff he's doing is tongue in cheek too. But there's a different thing. I'm not saying that they're the same type of people. What I'm saying is that like who else in our community is positive and on the bandwagon most of the time, but is also very rationally critical when needed. Like I'm trying to think.
Well, you're the one who takes out the stats on AFTV, the one with the glasses, I think.
No, don't even. That guy's really deluded, though. He always.
Yeah,
who? Which guy? Ty?
That guy reminds me more of Jack, to be honest with you.
No, not Ty. The other one.
The white guy with glasses. What's his name? You guys know what I'm talking about? AFTV.
Robbie, by the way, was invited on. You know that huge show, the father and son. I forget their names now. And they go to all the games. It's a massive channel, and they invited Robbie on, and Robbie wouldn't come on unless he was paid a certain amount of money. So, yeah, obviously it's Robbie's job, but yeah, I don't know.
James, I think it is. I think it's James. I think you're right, James. He's James.
The white. Okay, who's the ball guy? Who's the ball guy? I love the older
Lee
gentleman.
Judges.
Yeah, he's good fun. He's good fun.
Lee Judges is okay.
Yeah.
We don't really have a Lee Judges.
If Alan Harris shaved his head, we'd have one.
Trying to think. Do we have a Lee Judges? Could Sava be Lee Judges?
Yeah.
No. Sava looks too like Messi to be a Lee Judges.
I'm talking about the way they look. All right, we're at this goddamn show before we get to a conversation.
I'm just annoying you, Will. You know I do my best.
Lee Judges doesn't look like Savo because I'm fucking blind. All right.
Technically he doesn't, but tactically he does.
Yeah, but he's technically better.
Iggy might be Lee Judges.
No, Iggy's too soft and sweet and nice, man. He's a big cuddly teddy bear.
Lee Judges doesn't really get mad.
Chill, it's so good, baby.
He can get mad a little when he wants to.
Nah, not Iggy. It's just
maybe I know
Iggy's too sweet, man. He's too sweet.
It doesn't look like Voldemort at all.
Doesn't look like Voldemort. But yeah, no, I don't know anybody from AFTV that reminds me of myself of them either. To be honest with you. Lee Gunner could be Stel, Sava. Not me.
Well,
Lee Gunner doesn't like stats.
Well, it'd be great if you got Henry, Sava, Lee Gunner on your show. You know, it'd be a fantastic show if you could do that. I'm sure you can with the contacts you have. That would make for a great stream.
I mean, I've never talked to him one-on-one myself, but I know people who know him, right? So
yeah, you're in touch with Lee. You're in touch with Henry. Yeah, I'm sure you can make that happen.
Yeah.
Perhaps Danny Kiriako, he could fit that bill as well.
Oh, Danny. Who's Danny? Danny can be a little bit deluded and yet negative at the same time. Who's Danny?
Probably say Robbie.
Danny reminds me more of Turkish.
No.
At least no one's reminding us of DT. Whoops, I shouldn't have said that.
Or I think Danny is maybe closer to Troops.
Yeah, Troops. Yeah.
Angry, fly off the handle, brah brah brah. Danny smash.
Yeah, all right. Okay, I can see that. I can see
Yeah.
that.
Danny Troops.
I've got an idea for a show. Will, DT, the boy Hotspur, and Alex Davies. And maybe throw. Yeah. Oh my God! Cause you, yeah, I know DT's in jail now, but oh dear, that one would that would just be trouble. That would get you all banned from YouTube, man.
If you really want to go for something spicy one night, get Stell on here, and then rank the other Spurs YouTubers.
I can't wait till Stell comes back.
Where has he gone?
The hiatus, man, just summer holidays.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, we're heading out for tonight. That's it. 3 hours, 57 minutes, and 10 seconds. Thank you guys very much for watching.
Baking.
I can't talk tonight.
Wanking, Will, wanking.
What? I don't know what's wrong with me today. Maybe I need to get more sleep. But, yeah. Make sure you do hit that like and subscribe button when you're watching this back. Although if you are watching this back, you probably haven't made it this far. But if you've made it this far, don't forget to hit that super thanks thing. It's like a little heart with a $sign on the video. If you haven't, if you want to help support the channel, that's one way to do it. You can still join a membership. You can still help to get the stream goals of 5 subscribers and 5 members, even though the stream isn't live. So make sure that you continue to help us with those goals. We did achieve the light goal target for today's stream, so that's good. And we will be back here on THFCRants on Friday around the same time.
Don't forget Bob Spur. Don't forget Bob Spur tomorrow night.
I will be on Bob Spur tomorrow night. If you just like me, right? If you just like to follow me around from wherever I go, I will be on Bob Spur's channel tomorrow. And then I will be on Henry Wright's channel with the Spurs Corner. It'll be me, Iggy, and Sava and Henry talking about things. And look, I could do a bunch of shows on this channel during the summertime. It's a good time. I'd probably get a lot of subscribers, a lot of views. I'll be honest with you, man. I feel like I'm saying the same damn thing like 30 times a week. Yeah. So it's hard because like something exciting will happen and somebody else will be already streaming, and then I'll go on to their show, and then if I do a show over here, it's like I'm just repeating the same thing. So I don't find value in that for myself. Now maybe those people here don't watch those other channels, so maybe I am hurting them a little bit. But I think once a week during the summertime is gonna be good. We'll kind of wrap things up like I did today. I think I'm gonna run this show, this Friday night transfer review, Friday night Tottenham, kind of that same way. Maybe the first 30 minutes, I just kind of go through the news, what's happened this week, major things, questions, then bring people on and we talk about it, and then we just talk about BS for the next 2 hours like I always do on my channel. But yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. So check out Bob Spur TV. The link to his channels and the channel page. If you just go to the channel, you can click down there if you haven't subscribed to him. Henry Wright TV, I think, is there as well. There's a little section that says like link to or other channels. You can click on that, go subscribe to them. We'll be on there for that. I'll be doing a lot more of these shorts. I don't know if you guys like the shorts or not, but I think the shorts have been getting getting good responses from people. Lots of likes, lots of views, lots of subscribers. Yeah, so I'm gonna continue doing those. Like when news breaks and it's big news. I'm not doing a short for every little rumor that's on Twitter. I'd be up 24 hours. But for the real stuff, I'll be doing those as well. So make sure you do that, folks at home. Stay strong. Stay Spurs.
Stay stakey.
Stay stakety steaks.
Definitely.
All right, and don't wear shorts, Will. Come on, you Spurs.
I'm wearing shorts right now.
Are you sure?
Hey.
I got nice calves.
Bring on the wankety wank.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys later. See you next time. Where's the take video button so I can end this thing on? Here we go.